Thanks, Richard. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to SALISES Research for Development online forum. The proceedings today will be chaired by two people. We have a packed schedule. Myself, Corin Bailey, I'm a senior fellow at SALISES Cave Hill, and Ms. Alison Fung, who is president of the SALISES Alumni Association. Opening remarks today will be from Professor Henry Lee, but she's not able to be with us at this time, and so she has sent a video of her opening. So we'll start with that, and we'll move straight into the first presenter, who is Professor Don Marshall.
Professor Don Marshall, Director, Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, SALISES, Cave Hill Campus, UWI. Dr. Godfrey St. Bernard, Acting Director, SALISES St. Augustine Campus, UWI. Chairpersons of this forum, Dr. Corin Bailey, Senior Fellow, SALISES Cave Hill, and Ms. Alison Fung, President, SALISES Alumni Association, SALISES staff and students, presenters, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the SALISES Research for Development Forum. Sir Arthur Lewis's birthday is celebrated on January 23rd. Every year, we at the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies are always pleased to celebrate his lasting legacy during the month of January. This research forum is one of these events. Today, we focus on the work of the research fellows at the 3 campus units of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, SALISES UWI. These campus units are located at Mona, St. Augustine, and Cave Hill. We at SALISES strive to live up to Sir Arthur Lewis's excellent legacy. Our vision is to be an internationally renowned institution for graduate education and research-based solutions in development. Our mission statement is to influence academic, public, and policy debates by undertaking research and graduate teaching from a Caribbean perspective within a multidisciplinary, small country and comparative context. Please allow me the liberty of highlighting some of our work at SALISES. We have several research clusters. These include sustainable rural agricultural development, crime prevention and offender management, economic development, migration and development, social policy, demography and development. We publish 2 journals, Social and Economic Studies and the Journal of Eastern Caribbean Studies. Both are available online. In fact, we have a recent special issue on Sir Arthur Lewis, volume 68, numbers 1 and 2, 2019, published by the Journal of Social and Economic Studies. For persons on the Mona campus, please note that there is a sale, 30% discount on the hard copies of the journal. Our online participants may buy copies of the journal at www.mona.uwi.edu/SES. Please buy as many copies as you can. A little more about ourselves. We at SALISES are also building capacity through our postgraduate programs. We offer masters in development studies and also a master's in development statistics and MPhil PhD programs in social policy, governance and public policy, economic development policy. Our alumni are very distinguished and include the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General CARICOM, Deputy Principal, Professor Ian Boxell, Mona Campus, UWI, and one of our chairpersons today, Ms. Alison Fung, President, SALISES Alumni Association, among several others. We believe in constantly publicly engaging on critical development issues facing SIDS. Every year we host several conferences and seminars. Our annual conferences include the SALISES Annual Conference and the Caribbean Child Research Conference. Please visit our regional website at www.salisesregional.com For the younger members of the audience, just a few facts about Sir Arthur Lewis. He was the first West Indian principal of the University College of the West Indies, the first West Indian Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. He was the first Black professor at Princeton University and Ivy League College. In 1979, Sir Arthur Lewis was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics. He was the first person of African origin to receive a Nobel Prize in a field other than peace. His theory of economic development and unlimited supplies of labor remains relevant to this day. The Sir Arthur Lewis Community College in St. Lucia, the Sir Arthur Lewis Building in Manchester, and the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, SALISES at UWI, are named after him. Sir Arthur Lewis was very concerned about the development of small states. In fact, Patrick Emanuel in 1994, quoting Leonard Silks of the New York Times, stated that one of Lewis's several values was, and I quote, to bring the humanity to the center of the attention of fellow economists and bring the skills of the economists to bear on the problems of poverty that still afflict most of the human race, end of quote. Today we celebrate Sir Arthur Lewis, representing research that critically analyzes issues facing small island developing states. Today promises to be very stimulating. We ask that you remain with us throughout the day. We want to hear from you, so listen and actively participate in this SALISES Research for Development Forum. Welcome again, and thank you for listening. Have a productive forum.
Okay, thank you, Professor Henry Lee. So our main duty as chairs is to ensure that everything runs smoothly and to time. As I said, we have a lot of presenters. Each presenter has half an hour. We will take, write your questions in the Q&A or the chat box, and Alison and myself will pick two to ask the presenters. Don't be offended if your question doesn't get answered. We can only pick two. As I said, each presenter has half an hour. I will butt in at 15 minutes just to let you know that you have 15 minutes left, but I'm asking each presenter to be cognizant of the time. So first up is Professor Don Marshall. He's Professor of International Political Economy and Development Studies. And he has a variety of research interests that include the globalization phenomenon, offshore financial centers, scientific finance as a discourse, industrial policy issues, as well as democracy and governance in the Eastern and wider Caribbean. So over to you, Professor Marshall.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the kind remarks, opening remarks, Professor Aldrie Henry Lee. Welcome to everyone, and I'm happy that this forum is taking place. We get to hear not only the kinds of work, life work, that is to say life's career work that we are all involved in, but we also get a sense in keeping with the spirit of the very institute, the very person whose name appears and adorns our institute, Arthur Lewis. I think we get a sense of the kinds of methodologies and contemplations, theories that guide our work. So the topic I have chosen is the role of the state in Caribbean development futures. How I've done my work over the years by looking at the role of the state. I discuss industrial policy. I discuss the ways in which the state navigates globalization. And I am constantly about the role that the state can play in finessing a better way. And yes, I take up the age-old concept of assent, A-S-C-E-N-T. This has been expunged from the political dictionaries of today's technical neoliberal coda, which would prefer to treat to development as issues of technical management and application. So you'll find the dominant orthodoxy would insist on a practice, a development practice that is based on being fiscally disciplined, and as it were, allowing the private sector more or less to drive that transformation process. And these are lofty, worthy assumptions as well, drawn from powerful ideas and so on. But my way of launching a critical assault on that has to do with the way I too have tried to grapple with an impasse I recognize in the literature. There's an impasse in development studies and IPE literature when it comes to the question of assent, because you have, on the one hand, persons who advocate and advertise that with the correct macroeconomic policies and fiscal policies in place, you can more or less guarantee that there will be some sustainable growth, and out of that, the proper allocation of resources and money finding its proper place to rest, that you will see these economies in the region marked largely by a monocrop, a dominant sector, more or less a sort of undiversified economy, most of these economies. The view is that if you allow the macroeconomic policies, the optimum ones to work, then you will see these countries achieving levels of growth that are sustainable. And that is a contribution to the idea of assent. Then you have external determinist positions. That is to say, there's a view that, well, until the web of global capitalism is broken, there's little that countries in the third world can do because the deck really is stacked against them. Your mechanisms of impoverishment captured in unfair terms of trade. There are advantages of disadvantages of small size, and without the requisite capacity to engage in meaningful trade and in meaningful and novel bargains geopolitically and business-wise, there's very little scope for maneuver for small states like ours. So you've got the external in explanation of where we are, and you've got a state-centric reading, that is to say, insiderist view, a state-centric reading of what is possible to ascend. Now, between the two perspectives, we're nowhere, in my view. I think that we've reached an impasse. So in my own theorizing, in my own work, I prefer to look at the mechanisms of assent and try to rescue it from the dialogue of the deaf between these apparently incompatible schools of thought. And I argue that a neo-structuralist framework instead can offer a way out of this impasse. My framework is situated at the supple boundaries of world systems and dependency approaches. That's to say, I look at various treatments under historical material writing, and I show how neo-structuralism has been in the intellectual ether for quite some time. I refer to some writers who have been seeking to merge domestic as well as global levels of analysis in how they assess assent, and in how they define the social world that they observe. So that means aspects of Fernand Brauddel's work in terms of his ambivalent relationship to historical materialism, and this idea that things are structurally locked in, he challenges, and he puts an accent on trying to understand conjunctures. And I also point to others who speak of a modified structuralist model, where they prefer to look at things in a macro, micro, and meso level. Anyway, I don't want to be too abstract, but there are various different theorists that look at what I call the politics of structure, and are not prepared to see structure as so hard, indeterminate, and frozen ontologically that there's no way that you can, as it were, get past the predicament that you face regardless of agency. And, you know, all that is what I reject. And In my work, I conceptually elevate the conjunctural and the geopolitical. I do make a point that it's important to look at the particular historical moment you're in, how the balance of socio-political forces are arrayed. I also do make a point to, in the geopolitical, to try to situate a country's fortunes within the geopolitics of the moment. So you very well will understand that it makes no sense talking about macroeconomic policies that East Asia would have adopted during its miracle years and missed that there was a Cold War conjuncture, and there was this willingness by the United States to extend its Marshall Plan to places like Singapore and other East Asian countries. You can't leave out those kinds of facts. This is geopolitics that helps their development, right? And the state seizing the chance, of course. And a final element to the neo-structuralist approach is that it moves away from the distinctiveness of capitalism. I try to shy away from the focus on distinctiveness of capitalism, understanding it historically, understanding that it should not be commingled with the historian of the ways of the West. The historian of the ways of the West is very much implicated in how a capitalism is fashioned and created. Social reality is always a construction, and part of the social reality that was constructed that many scholars miss is Anglo-American derived capitalism as capitalism that everybody follows. And we know from then, and we know until now, there's rich evidence that there's no one singular capitalism. Indeed, one of the things I immerse myself in constantly is reading literature that speaks about varieties of and in capitalism. And so you get away from this whole notion that capitalism structurally impedes where we go, and you recognize that each society brings with it a particular kind of signature of its, in relation to its capital accumulation model. So United States capitalism is not the same as what goes on in the Nordic countries. And it's not even comparable with British capitalism. And so, you just have to follow the value system in each of these countries to get a sense that their own signature is brought to bear on their models of capital accumulation. Now, all that's to say, it unlocks the door for me to look at the role of the state in the context of our historical and institutional starting points as colonies, slave societies and colonies. You cannot be serious in talking about neoliberal solutions like that of the IMF in its current formation, in its current newfangled position. The current newfangled position of the fund is that through the enhanced finance facility, some countries are part of that program: Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica. The idea being that we should lock in a fiscal consolidation imperative via not just financial sector reform, but implementing quasi-constitutionally fiscal rules. So Barbados is about to embark on that path sooner than later, on going to Parliament to impose a fiscal rule that will speak to about a fiscal target of 6% and sustaining that target over time. And it binds governments and this current, and it will bind the next government. And the reason why I'm probably one of the lone voices that cry out against that is because you don't achieve assent without the role the state must play in partnership with private sector entities, latent private sector entities, in diversifying the economy, and therefore you need the fiscal firepower to do so. So running a small deficit, as we are now during pandemic times, we in the region are, we in the world are running deficits in order just to rebuild economies and so on. The Caribbean has to, if it is to experience sustainable post-pandemic futures, has to be allowed for this policy space to run deficits at 2%. And I can't see how we can in 2022 begin to embark on a reversal towards a fiscal surplus. You don't do that. You don't diversify your economy without deficit spending. It's just ahistorical and asocial to expect that the Caribbean can do that, but I see that there's an intelligentsia and there is a policy echo chamber that reverberates across the region, that if you don't quite understand what the fund is saying and other neoliberal scholars and thinkers are saying, then you are somehow not with it, you don't quite get it. But the state is needed, my final statement, the state is needed to fashion that industrial policy necessary for transforming our societies and economies. It must do so in partnership with enlightened elements of the private sector. It must do so in partnership with foreign investors. It must do so in a way that the state must ensure that there's a compelling narrative that will win over sufficient social groups to buy into it. And the whole goal of that diversification is that it will lead to sustainable, not just sustainable growth, but growth with the advance of human dignity. We are, according to our signature, post-plantation societies, and given that we've had no historical starting point, I should say, given that we've not had a long historical trajectory of a middle class, you have to go into the 20th century to find when the first Black middle class, for example, emerges. It is critical that we look at these societies as not one of the traditional species of societies that will fill the textbooks of normal development thinkers. This is a unique, particular kind of region. There's no Black family right now that can speak about intergenerational wealth. You don't get entrepreneurship of the kind of style and depth in 2022 among the Black majority, largely because they have been historically alienated for well over 400 years. So our macroeconomic policy, our development thought, thinking, etc., has to acknowledge those unique historical and institutional starting points. And I'll yield for now.
Thank you very much, Professor Marshall. I'm just checking to see if there were any. There are no questions in the in the Q&A. Does anyone have a quick question they want to write in?
How did I do for time, Corin?
I'm saying you have quite a bit of time left. You have about 13 minutes left.
Right.
I'm seeing Sherry Pedersen, you're saying you want to ask a question? Type it in. Okay, so there's one question from Ms. Wilkinson. How can we reach young persons in the Caribbean on this issue?
Oh, I'm very happy to hear this question. This is all false consciousness abounding. And the false consciousness has a lot to do with the belief that relief can come through when it takes all politics. The belief, there's also a running belief out there that there's some grand scheme, infrastructure and other ways that can take away the unemployment scourge that young people face. The reality is that we need a conversation in the region about development that is prepared to take on assumptions coming from external sources and also echoed by local elites. We have a number of local elites who function as translational elites. They're not jurisdictional elites. They're translational. They want to translate and tutor the requirements of neoliberalism. I put it to you that the most harm that can be done to these economies is to have fiscal rules implemented. The there's a lot of debate that should go on across different social groups about these fiscal rules and what it entails. Just to get a fiscal surplus of 6%. When we started off in our program in 2018, we had to lay off 1,500 workers. We had to streamline the number of statutory corporations. And by the time we had done a considerable amount of paying, we were just arriving at the 6%. And then you had the next task was to sustain it. And I kept asking, but if the name of the program is Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation, BERT, and we're doing this in conjunction with the fund, where is the policy space for transformation? So around 2019, I wrote a chapter for a major anthology titled Crisis Narratives and Appeals for Space, Policy Space, because you're not going to get the transformation of our types of societies, which is based largely on tourism and international banking. You're not going to grow other sectors running fiscal surpluses at 6%. It just wouldn't happen. You don't have the fiscal firepower to do it, the maneuverability, and you cannot leave it to the private sector as if we were in Britain. I would be saying, yes, you can leave it to the private sector and the state facilitates. But we seem to forget that right here in the region, this beautiful place, it's the state that is the last line of defense against our countries evolving into historical cul-de-sacs. So of course, we need to raise the consciousness of our young people. And I would recommend the first thing that they should be taught as soon as they enter university, it will say even post-secondary education, the first thing that should be taught is what is capitalism? What does that mean? Where is our place in this big world?
All right, Don, let me stop you there, because you're moving into two people have asked a question to you that
great.
Follows on naturally from what you're saying there. Sherry Pedersen is asking if you can say more about the distinctive type of capitalism in Barbados, as well as Dr. Dietrich Jones, who's asking you to speak more to the alternative capitalism that could be practiced in the Caribbean.
Okay, in terms of the first, what prevails throughout the region, not just in Barbados, is a kind of a merchant capitalism, right? Our wealth accumulation systems are dominated by the role that commercial dealers play. So in banking, finance, import trading, insurance, these are main areas where there are lumps of profit to be had and gained, real estate property, real estate prospecting, I should say. These constitute the main areas in most of the Caribbean countries through which lumps of profit are being made to sustain not just the business persons, but their families, and to build up their wealth. Sources for employment comes from these areas as well. Large tracts of persons not employed by the state, for the state is the largest employer indeed, find themselves being employed in the commercial dealing sector that I just mentioned. And I would normally speak of the dominance of merchant capital in these parts. And later on this week, I have a lecture to give where I speak about the enigma of merchant capital. So it touches a bit on some of what I just speak about, but the enigma is that it's brought us some benefits in terms of our capacities in offering international financial services. The fiduciary technologies that apply are the very same fiduciary technologies that commercial dealing capitalists in the region encourage. That is the lawyering, accounting, management, So you know, compliance officers, etc. Our education system has served the provision of these kinds of personnel very well, and they gain useful work in the commercial dealing sectors of the region. The challenge for Barbados and for many of the Eastern Caribbean, as well as wider Caribbean countries, is to pursue a greater degree of capital accumulation, or I say to pursue it, but to really industrialize. That is critical. That is critical for the transformation of the region. So you might hear me say in technical language, deepen the capital accumulation process, but I really mean to just say to industrialize, you know, and to foster with it. With that would come a culture of innovation, a culture that embraces inventiveness and the rest of it. One of the downsides of merchant capital or commercial dominated capitalist societies is the innate belief in the superiority of foreign goods over local ones. Because you're so much into import trading and valuing the entrepreneurial products from outside that you know, things local tend to be seen as lesser than. And I'll just end by just saying that you know, in Barbados, where it's quite visceral, the worst insult that is bandied around is if you're referred to as just simply local. I know it's hard for some people to imagine that, but if someone is described as just you local, you know, this or your product, this too local, it means it's lesser in class and quality. But these are this is a cultural incoherence of a most destructive kind. And a lot has to do with the fact about the permeating culture of merchant capital and in ways it inhibits confidence among many entrepreneurs, and the ways in which it sort of reinforces all capitalists and modern commercial dealing capitalists who manage to find niches and in these kinds of spheres, not production spheres, and something that we need to really watch. But I made a mention earlier that it's not easy to move into new production-oriented kinds of enterprise because you don't have, you know, a number of the blacks, they don't have that intergenerational wealth where they can risk, lose, and come again. When you risk and you lose, that's social death.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Prof. There are some other questions for you in the Q&A. Feel free to type in your answer. For those that came late because of the packed schedule.
Could you just tell Dacia that ascent here is ASCENT? That's growth away from the periphery. That's basically what I meant. Growth away from the periphery or growth out of the third world. You know, how do you move, beat a pathway from the periphery then? So in the literature is referred to theories of ascent or episodes of ascent, ASCENT. Right.
So for those that came late, because of the packed schedule, we really only have time to pick 2 questions. All right, so we're moving on to Dr. Kevin Williams. He is no problem. He's a senior research fellow in Sir Arthur Lewis Institute. He's a former member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and he works in the area of political economy, development economics, and applied economics. Over to you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Corin. Let me hold on there. Let me get this thing. Okay, stop share the screen. Go back to Okay, you see my screen? I
Yeah,
see my
yeah.
screen?
Yeah, man. I was seeing.
Hold on there. Let me, I want to move this. Hold on.
All right, Dr. Williams, just use the arrow key to start to the top. Just use the arrow key.
Okay, no, Richard, it's okay. All right, you're mine. Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. So I'm going to share some ideas with you, and my talk is entitled "The Impact of International Sanctions on Household and Government Consumption." Okay, international sanctions are a sort of policy tools that countries and the international community use to sort of incentivize states to conform with international rules. You know, we can think about, for example, what's going on now in between Russia and Ukraine, and the threats of sanctions by the EU, the US. Okay, I mean, think about the Iran, the capability that Iran is being developed to build nuclear weapon, and the sanction that was imposed by the EU and the US and on Iran. Okay, so so you can think about international sanctions as a sort of, you know, to ensure that the rules of interactions between states are complied with. Okay. Okay. So I want to situate this paper at the intersection of two different literatures, the trade literature and the sanction literature. There is a lively debate in the literature that speaks to the impact of international trade and government size. Okay, and the argument there is that international trade create distributional effects. For example, you have, you know, when countries open to international trade, you have some winners and you have some losers. So the idea is that the losers, to compensate the losers, then government will have to increase their fiscal outlays. For example, provide unemployment insurance and so on. Okay, and the sanction literature now speaks to a whole bunch of economic outcomes that are affected when sanctions are imposed on countries. You know, we have, you know, when there are sanctions, government tend to increase spending, which can generate inflation. You know, when there are sanctions, you tend to have inequality. You know, you tend to have high unemployment. Okay, so I want to place that this paper at the intersection of those two strands of the literature. Okay, so let's now talk a bit about the mechanisms through which international sanctions affect households and government consumptions. So the first one I have here is, for example, trade. Okay, when there are restrictions on international trade, the volume of trade, both exports and imports, tend to fall. Okay, when the volume of trade goes down, it means that consumer surplus reduces. That is to say, when you're open to international trade, consumers tend to have access to different varieties of goods and services. So when there's a sanction, those varieties are cut off, and therefore consumer surplus tend to fall. When there are financial sanctions, private firms lack access to international capital market, you know, and government also lacks access to international capital market. Okay, and in that world where countries are cut off from the international capital market, inflation tend to increase because governments normally turn to the printing press. Okay, and when you begin to print money, that is inflationary. We see that with Zimbabwe under Mugabe. Okay, and also international sanctions tend to discourage firms from locating in the sanctioned countries. Okay, so the potential for learning, the potential for spillovers tend to go down when countries are faced with international sanctions. And international sanctions also tend to generate currency crisis. So let's think about currency crisis a bit. When countries are exposed to international sanctions, firms tend to relocate their financial resources elsewhere, where they can integrate, where they can trade with the rest of the world. And therefore, you know, by pulling out your resources from the sanctioned countries, you know, you change your local currency into foreign currency, and pulling hard foreign currency out of the sanctioned countries will generate a currency crisis. Okay, so those are some of the mechanisms through which international sanctions adversely affect sanctioned countries. Okay, but there is a counter argument that international sanction, countries can choke off international sanction by purchasing goods and services through the black market. Okay, so instead of instead of going to the capital market, you can go to, say, a country that does not support the sanction. Okay, so one can imagine if Russia were to invade Ukraine and the EU and the US impose sanction on Russia, the expectation is that China would support Russia, would provide, some of the goods and services that the international community, international market would provide Russia to. Okay, so yes, so international sanction can be countered through the black market. Okay, so those are some mechanisms. So I'm going to turn to the evidence now to see whether international sanctions reduce household and government consumption. Okay. All right. So my empirical setup is I'm using a fixed effects model here. Okay, and I'm focusing on 23 sanctioned countries over this period between 1996 and 2015, and I'm using 7 dimensions of international sanctions. I'll tell you the different dimensions. Okay, and this is my fixed effects setup. My outcome, my response variable, it's on the left there, log of consumption. This consumption is either government consumption or household consumption. And my key variable of interest My main variable of interest is the sanction variable here. It is comprised of the 7 dimension of sanctions. And I have, here is my country fixed effects, and I have a time fixed effects. And this Z here is comprised of a bunch of control variables. And I have a error term here. Okay, the sanction variables are, I have unilateral sanctions, I have EU sanctions, US sanctions, economic sanctions, non-economic sanctions, plurilateral sanctions, and so on. Okay, so the idea is I expect the link between consumption and sanctions I expect sanctions to reduce government consumption and also consumption. However, it is possible that the link between sanctions and government consumptions in particular can be offset, can be mediated by the black market. And so the black market can choke off the negative response of government consumption to international sanctions. Okay, so it's possible that the association between government consumption and international sanction is the association is muted. Okay, that is, the association can be 0. All right. So now, so here is the empirical results. So I have three regressions here. In column 1, okay, in this column here, column to the extreme left, we have plurilateral sanctions, unilateral sanctions, the US sanctions, EU sanctions, intensity of sanctions here is, you know, the nature of sanction, moving from the less severe to the more severe sanctions. Economic sanctions, for example, incorporates you know, sanctions, restriction on international trade, restriction on access to international capital market, and so on. And we have non-economic sanctions. Non-economic sanctions include sanctions on the military, you know, sanctions on individual officials of the government, and so on. So in the second column here, I have the outcome variable, the response variable is the natural logarithm of government consumption in 2010 US dollars. Okay, so that's the real household consumption, real value of household consumption. In the third column, this is real value of household consumption per capita. And in the last column here, we have, that's the purchasing power parity adjusted consumption, household consumption in international 2011 dollars. Okay, so if you going across each sanction measure, we see that plurilateral sanctions, while it is negative and significant, it is not robust across the different measures of household consumption. Okay, and the significance is marginal. You move to unilateral sanctions, the sign is consistently negative. Again, it's not robust. It's not robust. Okay, US sanction, you see US sanction here, it is the sign is positive across the different measures of household consumption, and in only one case is it marginally statistically significant. So here it would appear that US sanction increase household consumption. why would US sanctions increase household consumption? It is possible that households or consumers in these sanctioned countries are purchasing goods and services through the black market. Okay, so and the goods and services that these consumers are accessing through the black market is the goods and services are in excess of what they would have otherwise accessed through the US markets. Okay, again, EU sanctions are also positive, and in only one case is it marginally statistically significant. The black market here, you know, seems to be at play. Okay,
And then you have
intensity of
15 minutes,
yes?
15 minutes left.
Okay, the intensity of sanction it has the expected sign, negative, but not statistically significant. Economic sanctions now. Economic sanctions are negative and strongly statistically significant across the different measures of household consumption. Okay, and non-economic sanctions are also negative and statistically significant. Okay, so these first results suggest that the most robust sanction measures here are economic sanctions and non-economic sanctions. Okay, so that's the response of household consumption to international sanctions. Okay, so let's now turn to the response of government consumption to these same measures of international sanctions. All right, so we have three different regressions again. In this second column here, this is a parsimonious, a bare bone specification. It does not include all control variables. I just include the different 7 dimensions of sanctions, and I include, you know, country fixed effects and time fixed effects. Okay, and in the second column here, I include a bunch of control variables, for example, urbanization, GDP, and the size of the population. Okay, and the final column here, I include a dynamic term. This is the log dependent variable to capture the convergence of government consumption. The idea is that government spending changes slowly. Okay, and in no case is the response of government consumption to these 7 measures of international sanctions significant and positive across the different specifications. Okay, in no case. So in other words, then it seems that the adverse effects of international sanctions tend to fall disproportionately on consumers or households in sanctioned countries. All right, so so what can we say about the results? Okay, so one can conclude that the effects of international sanctions on household and government consumption is the effects are heterogeneous. That is, government consumption and household consumption, they respond differently to the imposition of international sanctions. Okay, for example, we find in the case of economic and the non-economic sanctions, we find statistically significant effects on household consumption, while in the case of government consumption, the relationship between government consumption and international sanction, the relationship is zero. Okay, it's there's no action there. Okay, right. So one can draw from these results that the adverse effect of international sanctions tend to fall disproportionately on consumers. And I did a bunch of robustness checks, and the results qualitatively remain the same. Okay, so I'll stop there and take some questions. Corin?
Thanks a lot, Kevin. I have some questions here for you in the Q&A. One is from Chairpersons. She's asking if you can say how sanctioning can expand the informal economy.
Repeat that, how sanctioning can expand the?
Informal economy.
Right, of course. When you, as I said, the black market, the black market creates a channel through which countries can offset consumers and also the government can offset, can reduce the adverse effects of sanctions. So you can, countries or firms, or whether it's firms in the formal economy or firms in the informal economy, they can purchase oil, for example, instead of when there's a sanction on the country, a country is facing sanction, you know, firms in the black market, in the informal economy, you can purchase oil, for example, from ISIS. You can purchase oil, for example, from Iran, who is facing sanction, you know. So this the informal economy is always open to, you know, to access the black market goods and services via the black market. Okay, and sanctions create even more incentive for the informal economy to expand via black market.
Okay, thanks. And then the second and last question is from Samuel. He's asking, is there a multicollinearity among the sanctions variables?
Oh, right, correct. Yes, of course. In the paper, I introduce each sanction in the specification one at a time. What you're seeing here, I introduce them simultaneously. Okay, I introduce them sequentially. So, for example, plurilateral sanction in one specification, and I have economic sanctions in another specification, unilateral sanction, EU sanction, US sanction. Yes, of course. So it's possible that yes, there is multicollinearity, because, for example, in plurilateral sanction, the US is a part of that group. Okay, so, and if you include the US sanction is going to be correlated with plurilateral sanction. What I did, Samuel, I introduced each sanction sequentially and also simultaneously, and the results qualitatively remain the same.
All right, thanks a lot, Kevin, and thanks for sticking to time. Next up, we have Dr. Indira Rampersad. She's a senior fellow at SALISES St. Augustine. Dr. Rampersad served as Commissioner of the Equal Opportunity Commission of Trinidad and Tobago. She's also a qualified attorney at law and a regular media commentator on national, regional, and international issues. She's been a lecturer in political science and international relations in the Department of Political Science. And is now, as I said, a senior fellow at SALISES St. Augustine. Over to you, Dr. Rampersad.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me? Just making sure.
Hearing you perfectly.
Okay, great. Good morning, colleagues. Again, let me thank you for this opportunity to present my research. Fortunately, this research led me to an LLM in law, which I attained late last year. So this was some of the research that I did for that LLM and which I would like to publish. But it also dovetails with the research which was just undertaken by one of our colleagues, Justice Gafoor, who's been working on similar, not identical, but similar issues on the Caribbean Court of Justice. And he also last week successfully defended his PhD. So we're hoping we can jointly publish on some of these issues. Today, I am going to focus on the constitutional underpinnings in the appellate jurisprudence of the Caribbean Court of Justice. I can't go down, hold on. Okay, there we go. The constitutional underpinnings encompass many case laws of the CCJ, particularly in its appellate jurisprudence. So I have here the overview of what I'm going to do. I'm first going to introduce you to this court, this Caribbean Court of Justice, the history and background, which interestingly many people do not know about. It is very surprising when you talk to people. Some people that you think are university graduates, postgraduates, and they're unaware of the court or what it does. Some might have an idea that there is a court, but they are really ignorant of what it does. So in some ways, this presentation also hope to enlighten and to inform. I would be looking at the rules of interpretation used by the court. I tend to use a purposive or a liberal approach to interpreting these constitutional matters, particularly fundamental rights and fundamental human rights, as well as the right to property. And then I would look at this issue of delay. And the court has been very, very firm and insistent on timely trials, which is a procedural human right in itself in the Caribbean Constitution, so at least in some of them. And these cases fall under two categories, the criminal appeals and the civil appeals. And then I would look at the saving law clauses and the separation of powers doctrine. And these would encompass two major topics where I would look at how the court has attempted to constrain some anachronistic and archaic savings law clauses which are in our constitution, and how they also attempt to preserve this sacrosanct doctrine of the separation of powers, which are also in our Caribbean constitutions. And then I would look at some historic cases and recent breakthroughs in Belize and Barbados. And these are more or less political cases where the CCJ attempt to promote good governance and democracy and to uphold political rights in Guyana. And we may be familiar with a suite of cases with regard to the recent, insistence on democracy and that the Granger government should obey the election outcome, and the CARICOM mission that went there to observe the election. So also to comply with the CARICOM mission, CARICOM observer mission. And finally, I will engage this topic of the further development of a Caribbean jurisprudence by looking at some of the cases that deal with access to justice through land matters, building a hybrid legal tradition, and the linking from the Privy Council. So that being said, let me introduce you to this court, which sits in Trinidad and Tobago, has its headquarters here. But really, it has a long gestation period. You know, I have started here in the 1960s, but it goes way back, 1919, I think. There were calls for a court of appeal, and there have been several iterations of proposals for a Caribbean court of justice. But it eventually, it was initiated in 2005 as an offshoot of the Caribbean Regional Integration Initiative. So it actually came out of the regional integration fervor from the Federation to CARIFTA to CARICOM to the CSME. And the court is actually guided by the rules governing the CSME, which is a Treaty of Chaguaramas, revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, the RTC. So like I said, it's headquartered in Trinidad, but there is also another authority apart from the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. There's also the agreement establishing the CCJ, which countries that are acceding to its appellate jurisdiction must incorporate into their domestic legislation. And that is called a dualist doctrine in law. And for Commonwealth states in particular, they must incorporate any treaty into their domestic law before it can be effective. So there have been four countries of the Caribbean so far: Barbados, Guyana, Belize, Dominica. They subscribe to the appellate jurisdiction of the CCJ. They had to do this. They had to incorporate this. This treaty, the treaty agreement establishing the CCJ into their domestic jurisdiction. The revised Treaty of Chaguaramas only covers the original jurisdiction, and the mission and the aim of the court, particularly to promote regional integration, and especially in its economic dimension. So there are two dimensions to the regional integration which the court attempts to promote, and that is economic and non-economic. But we're focusing today, because we're looking at the constitutional underpinnings, we're not looking at the economic dimension. Justice Godfrey dealt with that at length in his thesis. We're looking strictly at what I did in my LLM, which is the constitutional provisions and the constitutional applications of the appellate jurisdiction of the court. There are currently 7 judges in the CCJ's bench, and they hail from different countries. Trinidad and Tobago is the only island that got 2. Jamaica's got 1, Barbados got 1, Dominica's got 1. There is one from the Netherlands, long practice in the Caribbean, and that would have been to facilitate cases coming from countries like Suriname, and very effective judge, actually. So there are 7 of them, and certainly they could not get one from every Caribbean territory. There are 13 subscribing CSME states. So they have a long interview process. They have a judicial and legal services, a trust fund, because they have a judicial service commission, which actually is involved or responsible for administering a trust fund of US $100 million. And this makes the court highly independent, which is unique. There is no other court in the world that has a system like this, where the way in which judges are selected and the manner in which it is funded is independent, totally independent. So it reeks of independence. And it has been cited by some writers, that this is a model for other courts to follow. It has 2 jurisdictions, like I mentioned, the dual jurisdictions, original jurisdiction. All 13 members of CARICOM on CSME are automatically members of the original jurisdiction, and they don't have to, they did have to transpose that RTC into domestic law, but all of them would be automatic members to the original jurisdiction. And in that jurisdiction, interestingly, with 13 cases from 2005 to 2021, there have only been 33 cases coming to the CCJ. However, in the appellate jurisdiction, where there are only 4 countries, and this is a phenomenal observation here, there are only 4 countries, Barbados, Guyana, Belize, and Dominica, but there are 232 cases up to July 2021, and there have been more since, because this research ended in July, and there have been more since. It did go up to December, and adding things, but officially the research ended in July. And 232 cases, 7 times the amount of cases from the original jurisdiction to which all CSME countries subscribe. So the primary search and the methodology used here are both primary and secondary. I had to look at these two multilateral agreements, both the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and the agreement establishing the CCJ, as well as the case law extensively, because I'm talking 232 cases in the appellate jurisdiction. Now, for this particular project, I focused on the constitutional cases, but I did review all of them. I mean, it was interesting. It was an exercise in interest. on the appellate jurisdiction, I basically surveyed all of them. And of course, the original jurisdiction cases, of which there are 33, but that doesn't apply, like I said, to this research. And the secondary research, I had to look for books and monographs, journal articles, the usual, focusing on Caribbean constitutions and the CCJ's appellate jurisprudence for this research. I also look at newspaper articles, both print and electronic, which are focused on commentary and public opinion on the CCJ's decisions in its appellate jurisdiction. I did some discussions, and I wouldn't call them formal interviews, but I had discussions with some persons of interest who had an interest in the court or who participated in some way in bringing this court into being, like some former politicians, some academics, some lawyers, some judges, and even some judges of the CCJ I have spoken to get a gist of how they perceive this role of the court with regard to its constitutional applications. So I have here some of the cases, and you would notice the first slide, I'm talking about the purposive approach. And what I can tell you is that the CCJ has been very bold in deviating from a narrow, restrictive rule of interpretation. In law, we have many different types of rules of interpretation. Talk about the golden rule, the purposive rule, you know. So the CCJ has used this liberal approach, and liberal and purposive approach to interpret the constitutions. And it has also used what we call intrinsic and extrinsic aids to interpretation. So it would bring whatever document is necessary to help it in the course of its interpretation of the Caribbean constitutions before it comes to a decision. And this approach, of course, we can see it redounding to the benefit of the Anglophone Caribbean and Commonwealth Caribbean, because all of them have written constitutions. And it's, you know, Professor Antoine, you know, just to quote her, she said this steady progression towards a development of a more purposive construction of Commonwealth Caribbean constitutions. What might be called a modern principle of constitutional interpretation is that liberal interpretive techniques which encompass the purposes and ideals of the constitutional instrument should be employed. So the CCJ has this authority to interpret Caribbean constitutions, and it has a proclivity to do so liberally and purposefully. And this has redounded to the benefit of the region, and it has even facilitated the court's attempt to foster regional integration. So we see this happening in very early cases of the CCJ in 2006 with Joseph and Boyce. We see it happening in later cases in 2014, 2018, and 2020. And I have the cases listed here. We see it happening in a lot of criminal appeals, 2006 and 2010, this purposive approach. But the court has also engaged other constitutional issues, including using this purposive approach. It has engaged fundamental human rights and the rights to property. And for those of you familiar with this case, Attorney General of Barbados and Joseph and Boyce, which came out of the Pratt and Morgan case for the death penalty in the Caribbean, and the furor that arose from Caribbean people, because these persons were, you know, they were, because of endemic delay, and the CCJ ruling in Pratt and Morgan that once they are in how you call it, in prison, you want to say, for more than 5 years, then their sentence should be reduced to, you know, to manslaughter rather than murder. And this caused a fury. And some people thought when the CCJ came into being that it would now be a hanging court and will go against the Privy Council ruling. The CCJ actually went in end up in the same place as the Privy Council, agreeing with this. Because what was happening, these cases were being appealed, taken to the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights. And there was delay there because the Human Rights Commission naturally wanted these people to get off, so kept it, delayed it. And then the states could not even incorporate some of the positions of the human rights provisions into their constitutions. It went further delay, and the men actually got off with a lesser charge. So when the Caribbean court came into being, they thought that it was going to be this hanging court, and it didn't, because it went the same route on this delay. as their Privy Council, except that it used the whole doctrine of legitimate expectation of these men and being in their right to timely trial, rather than the whole doctrine of due process. So Attorney General of Barbados, Joseph and Boyce, have dealt with so many issues. Delay is one of them. Human rights is another one of them. There are criminal appeals, like Frank Gibson and the AG of Barbados is another criminal appeal. The Mayan Leaders Alliance case speaks to the right to property and the right to indigenous persons, right to property. And we have indigenous communities in many countries in the Caribbean. Sometimes we don't even know. Belize, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, just to name a few, and Latin America, Panama. Actually visited some of these communities in Panama. We will be surprised at how many we have in the Caribbean, but we have them scattered throughout the world. We know that we have the Amerindians in the United States and Florida. We have we actually have communities, huge communities there. So the Mayan Leaders Alliance case really spoke to the right to property of these communities. And it would resonate around the world wherever we have these communities, that they have a legitimate right to property, because they wanted to bulldoze their land, the government at the time, to bulldoze their land, take over their land. But they were claiming these lands, and they claim that they have right to land, a democratic right to these lands. And the court upheld their right to the property. So we also have some civil cases. Barbados Rediffusion is one of the very early. Barbados Rediffusion is actually one of the early cases. It was 2005, and it was, it was showing the CCJ's capacity to engage domestic issues, local issues, which are peculiar to the culture of the Caribbean. It was about the radio station blasting calypsos about diseased chickens, and made a whole calypso about it, and they were sued for that. And, the court basically ruled, this thing is Pekong. And because the court is a local court and understand this whole doctrine of Pekong, it was able to deal with that. So it also dealt with a number of land cases, and we will go to those in a little while. But these all spoke to delay. In the last column here, they spoke to that whole doctrine of endemic delay. And the court has been very, very firm, and not the court is being delaying the cases, it's the lower courts, because for appeals, they can come from the magistrate court, they can come from the high court and the domestic jurisdiction. Keep in mind,
minutes.
Yeah, thank you. The CCJ operates as a domestic court in the appellate jurisdiction, not as a regional or an international court. So delay in the lower courts was an issue that it went to tongue on these countries that were delaying, and Barbados got it, Trinidad and Tobago, not Trinidad, sorry, we're not a member of the appellate, Guyana got it. They got it really heavy on undue delay on cases. Okay, so we have here now the savings law cases, and in these cases, the CCJ is basically saying that, we have a set of laws here that were preserved after independence. And they were saying in their conventional wisdom that we cannot continue to preserve and retain these saving law clauses because they were oppressive and they were actually infringing on the human rights of these members, of these member states. So they drew from a case called Nasrallah versus the BPP, which held that these existing laws already preserve the enumerated rights in the Bill of Rights. So there was really no need for these clauses. The CCJ is aiming to abolish these clauses. Now, he said that, there are cases where you need them, but you should only use them where you absolutely need them. And there is a whole body of literature on these savings law clauses. But the CCJ has ruled on this on several of its cases. Joseph and Boyce again, Nerve and Severin versus the Queen, Quincy McQueen and Oz versus the AG. So Belize International Services, in McQueen, the CCJ was ruling in Guyana about the homosexual clause, which was discriminating against the LGBT community. CCJ has taken a very liberal and progressive attitude towards this community and towards discrimination. There was another case, one Tomlinson from Jamaica was claiming that he couldn't come, that he was being discriminated against because of the archaic immigration laws in Trinidad and Tobago and Belize. And he brought us a case against these countries. But the court didn't support that one because he was allowed to move. He could have come to these countries without discrimination, but the court did criticize these countries for these archaic laws in their constitutions. The separation of powers doctrine, as we know, we have 3 branches of government, and wherever the court saw that this doctrine was being threatened or infringed upon, the court ruled against it. So we find those rulings in several cases here in the second column against Quincy McEwan, BCB Bank, Attorney General Belize and Zuniga, and Frank Gibson. That whole doctrine of separation of powers, where the court sought to protect this separation of the legislature from the judiciary, from the executive, particularly the executive's infiltration into other aspects of governance. And then we have this suite of political cases, and there were historical breakthroughs, and Marine and Coy and the Attorney General of Belize. And this was a historic case because there was a big argument on whether this mattered. There were 2 politicians who were accused of misfeasance and corruption in public office, and whether you should take this through the normal DPP criminal route or whether you should go a civil route. And the court opted for the alternate, which is not the orthodox. It opted for the civil route, and the court was divided. It was divided, but the majority ruled for the civil route. And then we had Eddie Ventors and Chief Electoral Officer, and he's a professor at Cave Hill, Barbados, Dean of Law there, and he brought a case because he was not being allowed to vote. He was, I believe, St. Lucian. He was not being allowed to vote in Barbados, and his name was not in the list. And the court held a session on Sunday because elections were coming up very urgently. And they ruled that he should be in the list and he should be allowed to vote. And then we had the suite of cases coming from Guyana on the elections. And some of them were dealing with the list and whose name should be on the list. Some of them were dealing with the chief election officer, and that, you know, there should be some democracy in the selection of that process. And some of them were dealing with that whole fiasco of the votes counted and what was the correct number of votes counted. And some were looking at this whole issue of half of 65, and which the Granger government was claiming should be 34 or 33 plus 1 or something of the sort. So the CCJ ruled on this range of political cases in its attempt to foster good governance and democracy. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about the access to land through access to justice through land matters. The CCJ has allowed poor people to access the court in civil appeals and forma paupery. So these are civil appeals. These poor people couldn't afford it, and the CCJ found a way to allow them to directly access the court to deal with their land matters. And it deals from adverse possession, which is squatters' rights, to conveyance and to probate, all kinds of issues there on land law. And it sought to build a hybrid legal tradition, especially with cases coming from Guyana, which has a hybrid legal tradition, especially in land law, and St. Lucia as well. But St. Lucia was not a member. There is now talk that it is attempting to become a member of the appellate jurisdiction, which will bring it to 5. But the Guyana cases were very peculiar because of the hybrid land law. They use Roman Dutch law in their land matters. So the CCJ was able to bridge that gap between the common law and the Roman Dutch law. And very interesting development there. And finally, the whole issue of the linking from the Privy Council and fostering a Caribbean jurisprudence. The judges have been talking about seeing from near, you know, but judging from far. And they're saying that they are best suited, and this court is best suited for these local matters. I mentioned rediffusion, and there are a whole lot of other local matters. And they're saying that, you know, we are best poised to understand the norms and the values and the mores and the culture and the traditions of the region. Why are you taking cases? And he cited the case with Pandey and and Ken Gordon. And he said the judge sent it back, the Privy Council sent it back and say, you all have best poised to understand this and to determine the damages. So the linking from the Privy Council, in my opinion, is not just about subscribing to the CCJ, but it's also establishing a court with judges who understand the Caribbean jurisprudence, which is grounded in Caribbean realities, in Caribbean traditions, cultures, modes, needs, values, and goals of the region. So I don't think they should link just because of this whole colonialism argument that we are loitering on the doorsteps of colonialism, according to Sri that Ramphal, or that we are we have to close the circle of independence. Certainly, I agree that we have to do that. But I think the bigger issue is that the range of cases that can go, appellate cases that can go to the appellate jurisdiction, and we're seeing how many are going, and the issues which I have highlighted there that they are engaging. So it reflects a concerted effort of the court to bring these Caribbean countries together by promoting regional integration, by disseminating norms and values and goals and cultures which resonate and reverberate across the region. The CCJ is well poised, I think, in this respect, to forge regional integration and to bring the Caribbean peoples together through a very robust suite of cases, constitutional cases, I may add, in this presentation through its appellate jurisdiction. So I thank you for your time, and I am willing to answer any questions.
Thank you as well, Dr. Rampersad. We have two questions here in the Q&A. Camille Gibson is asking what provisions there are to prevent undue influence.
Undue influence from whom, I may ask?
Camille, are you there to clarify that?
And if you're talking about the politicians or a local community, because that's what I think is a popular debate as to why a country like Trinidad and Tobago has not subscribed to the appellate jurisdiction of the court, it will apply to every other court. What provision is there for undue influence? One, expect judges to act responsibility. They would have taken an oath of office. The court is expected to be independent. I tell you, I have surveyed more than 250 cases of this court, in both jurisdictions. I can't see an evidence of undue influence or bias. It's all grounded in evidence, and they take, reams of pages in researching the Guyana cases, for example, and researching the background and the history of the country. It was like they were political scientists themselves. I had a particular affinity to these cases because of my background in political science. Judges don't interact with politicians. They're very cautious about that. They don't go to these cocktails. They're very, very careful about interacting closely and intimately. You would hardly see them having lunch or dinner with the politicians because it's a no-no. Now I know people will say that the politicians may be calling them. I don't have evidence of that, and I could not find evidence of undue influence on any of the cases. And I think the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is basically the jurisprudence, the cases.
Okay, Dr. Gibson clarified that she meant politicians.
Okay, so I hope I was able to answer that, because really take a look at the cases and see if you can see any influence of politicians, because it's the judgments and the decisions are what ultimately matters, because that is the jurisprudence, that is what's going to impact on the lives and livelihood of our Caribbean population.
Okay, and Professor Ghani has a question here. Given the referendum rejections of the appellate jurisdiction of the CCJ in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Antigua and Barbuda, what challenges lie ahead for implementation of the CCJ appellate jurisdiction in Commonwealth Caribbean countries that require either special majorities in their parliaments or both special parliamentary majorities and constitutionally required referenda in parliamentary systems that require a natural division between government and opposition?
Quite a mouthful, Dr. Ghani, but you have identified the challenges. So I'm not sure what the question is. I think you want me to see what the solutions are. No easy solution. So we see that and probably St. Lucia might be coming on. Let's talk, Dr. Ghani. I don't know if you have more information than me, but
have we lost Dr. Rampersad?
I'm here. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Because I did not mute. Did someone mute me?
I'm hearing you. I think there's an issue with the chair, but I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay. I hope the audience is, and Dr. Ghani in particular is hearing me. So Dr. Ghani, yes, the challenges are there. We know the constitutional provisions. Some of them require 2/3, some require 3/4 majority. And when the opposition are, when the opposition's in opposition, they clamor for it. When they get into government, they reject it. And so it goes. So the political will is not there. So it is a challenge. And then the referendum are rejecting it. And some are arguing the referendums that are held have a whole list of other issues, which the people are very disgruntled about in these small islands or OECS states, a whole list of other issues. And so in rejecting those issues, they also reject the CCJ. But there might be more proclivity towards the CCJ in some of these smaller islands, despite the referendum provision and the requirement. So the challenge will remain. I see it remaining for a while. It will take the goodwill or the interest of the politicians. It will take the interest of the politicians in actually acceding. The politicians of the day, they are the ones. They might have to do some constitutional amendments. You know, they might have to do some proper referendum if they have to go that way. And if the people reject it, then the people reject it. There is really nothing anyone can do. But I think the constitutional amendments is some way the politicians can go for those countries that require that, like Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Okay, so, and you're saying Grenada still rejected it. And that is because, and there is a widespread pervasive sentiment of lack of confidence in the court and this undue influence that somebody just mentioned. But like I said, I didn't go by perception, and I'm fully aware of that perception, and it is something that can be certainly engaged and what is the cause of it. But I went by the cases themselves, and I looked at the judgment, and I looked out for that undue influence, bias. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it in none of the cases. It was sound legal ratio, what we call ratio, which is reasoning in law. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rampersad, and thanks to you as well for sticking to time. Next up, we have Dr. Latoya Lazarus. She's a research fellow at SALISES Cave Hill, and she has a focus on sociology of religion, citizenship studies, and gender and sexualities. Dr. Lazarus is presenting on religion and COVID-19 and the Barbados nation state. Over to you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yep.
All right, then. So today I'm presenting some current work that I'm doing on religion, COVID-19, and the Barbadian nation state. So the research is led by two questions, and the first one being, how has religion been deployed by political and medical elites during the COVID-19 pandemic in Barbados? And in turn, how have religious leaders responded during this period? So globally, the COVID-19 pandemic has showed how various governments use religion and religious institutions to support their own agendas, but also how they form allies in order to promote vaccines, for example. So the health crisis also shed light on a variety of ideologies around the role of religion and science in providing answers and solution to unsettling circumstances. So this research is part of my broader research looking at religion and social change in the Caribbean, and religion and its role in enhancing or impeding social justice within our region. In so doing, the research, my research always focuses on the nuance and at times ambiguous relationship between the spiritual, the religious, and the secular, and the artificiality of these boundaries, illustrating the ongoing significance being attributed to spirituality and religion in people's everyday lives and nation building within our region. And I'm not going to go into a discussion right now about the difference between spirituality and religion, but there are. We can discuss that if anyone is interested in that discussion in the Q&A. So why focus on religion? I'm going to ground this in the Women in the Caribbean project, where Olive Sr. in 1992 wrote that even a passing knowledge of Caribbean culture shows what a potent force religion is and always has been on the everyday lives of women, especially in their socialization and behavior. Religion can significantly affect male and female relationships and modify community norms and expectations, for example, in relation to childbearing and marriage. Others have noted religion as an important cultural element in the English-speaking Caribbean, and we can discuss the ways in which that significance of religion is oftentimes challenged as well. So it is an important institution, but it's by no means an unchallenged authority that religion has. So the research grapples with two broad theoretical framings around religion. The first is a more traditional kind of sociology of religion framing that sees religion as a coping mechanism, as being important to meaning making for the ways in which people understand their own experiences and the world broadly. And the other theorization draws more on a decolonial approach that critically reflects on the significance and role of religion in our previously colonized spaces. So in taking this decolonial approach, I critically reflect upon the knowledge and understandings I have about what constitutes religion in the first place and the role religion is given or takes in Caribbean people's lives and development. We have to question and be wary of the ways in which colonial and other power imbalances shape and are transmitted and reinforced through religious manifestations, but also in the ways in which these very things are disrupted or contested in the manner in which people live and experience their religion. In doing a research from a decolonial angle, therefore, in religion, you're often kind of compelled to break away from some of the normative assumptions that we have about how people live as religious beings and even the concept of religion. In this decolonial kind of approach to religion, I've always also in other places noted the significance of certain manifestations of religion, namely Christianity, and even then particular manifestations of Christianity, and how how it commingles intimately with certain expressions of nationalism within the region. Campbell and Wheatley in 2020 similarly illustrate the ways in which religion informs certain workings of the state machinery to shape the conceptualizations and experience of citizenship. And oftentimes when we speak about religion, people think of the negative or more problematic relationship that religion has in Caribbean people's everyday life and development. But religion, including Christianity's influence within Anglophone Caribbean nations, is not exclusively linked to restrictive or negative outcomes. There are, for instance, Caribbean approaches to religion and theology which align with and were even transformed by the anti-colonial and nationalist independent struggles. Some manifestations of religion within the Caribbean have also been integral to the advancement of social justice within the region, addressing, for example, the marginalization of the Black and brown popular classes within various societies. It would thus follows that critical attention, therefore, should be given to the far-reaching influence of religion on lived experiences, societal organization, and the allocation of resources. Along this line, there has been a number of research internationally interrogating the varying influences and role of religion in the mitigation and experience of national and global crises, including the most recent pandemic. So, in this research, in the first instance, I engage in critical analysis of talk, text, and actions of political elites, religious leaders, and those leading the response to the pandemic, covering a period of 19 months. So that's roughly from the beginning, from March 2020, when COVID was declared a global pandemic, to October 2021, when there was a spike in Barbados due to the Delta variant. In this analysis, I examine what is said and how it is said, by whom and for what purpose, and for whom as well as what is not said and who, therefore, and what gets silenced. Attention is given to the types of knowledge and values that are being produced and reproduced and contested. For example, what are the cultural kind of interpretations that are given to larger global discourses around such things as health, the nation, and the role of religion? Latterly, I've started to conduct semi-structured, in-depth interviews with some church leaders. The intention is to go beyond Christianity and to conduct research with other religious leaders as well. But right now, we're going to focus on the secondary analysis of interviews, newspaper articles, public announcements, and news reports that were examined during this period. So, religion and spirituality, either together or separately, or strategically deployed for emotive, material, and ideological means to provide hope, meaning, and a sense of security. It is also used to unite people around what are regarded as shared values and beliefs that are integral to individual and collective identity. Of course, religion is also, and especially religion more so than spirituality, religion is also problematized and aligned at times with as a source of contagion, right? Or a threat to scientific progress. So coming from the analysis of these forms of deployment, certain key themes emerged. One being, and we're probably very familiar with this one, the narrative of a God-fearing nation. Depending on the speaker and the time and purpose, it's sometimes outrightly not just a God-fearing nation, but a Christian nation. And here I have an excerpt from the Prime Minister, where she kind of uses the story of the crucifixion to make sense of the current moment of COVID-19, a moment of tension, but also the possibility of renewal. And I'm suggesting here that intimate connection that she's making between the nation's spirituality and religion, and in this specific case, Christianity, serves the interests of the state. There's a reliance on the capacity of spirituality and religion to inspire hope and unify people during particular moments of unsureness, upset, and tension within the society, when the government's capacity to lead may come under scrutiny. So when people are grappling with issues of trust and authority. Shepherd, Epoch, and Kay found something similar in their analysis of how God is deployed in political discourses within the United States. And they note that increasingly, governments symbolically associate the nation with God when public confidence in the social system may be threatening. And associating the nation with God serves as a system justifying function by increasing public confidence in the system. I am suggesting that, ironically, the privileging of Christianity at times implicitly or explicitly runs the risk of further deepening feelings of marginalization or exclusion among some people within the citizenry, including among some people who may self-identify as Christian, because it's certain manifestations of Christianity that may be privileged within these contexts. So this may explain the government, including Mottley's deliberate efforts at times to remain vague when she talks about religion, or to include a range of spiritual expressions on religious beliefs and institutions. So in including a broader range of religious belief and spiritual expression, she's not disrupting the notion of a God-fearing nation, but rather she's troubling this idea of a Christian nation, because other groups are strategically at times brought in. And I'm thinking here, the strategic inclusion at times of Muslims within this discussion. So one of the second theme, and one that I found particularly relevant for this particular moment of time, is a narrative of God through religion serving the nation. So the logic is religion, science, and politics working together for the survival of the nation versus religion as a source of simply contagion or a threat. And here I have an excerpt from Dr. Corin, the head of isolation facilities in the country. And several times throughout the pandemic, especially at moments of high crisis, there are repeated calls for prayers. And this is not unique to Barbados, of course. So one of the deployment and this call for prayers, ironically, kind of points up the limits of politics and science, I'm arguing, and shows the human finiteness and inescapable limits of their power, of these powers, right? So the need to require something bigger than ourselves to intervene. In this particular statement, it is not the more unifying, less contentious element of spirituality that is being called upon, but an appeal to the agency of religious institutions and people that is being summoned. In other words, God is called upon through the actions of actual religious people and institutions as part of civil society to serve the nation, therefore contesting those counter-narratives about the threat and backwardness of religion in modern nation states. So God serving the nation, how does this work? And how have religious leaders and groups responded? So there is a variety of ways religious groups have responded to this deployment and to the nation more broadly. Some have publicly heeded the calls to prayer. So, you know, they've publicly announced through newspapers, interviews, through Facebook and various other websites, other social media platforms, that yes, we are going to continue praying. We have always been praying, but we're going to pray. We're going to publicly organize prayers and various other kind of outreach. So they've publicly taken on and owned the role of providing hope and spiritual guidance. But more so, they have also publicly declared the ways in which they've always and is increasingly meeting the practical needs of some of the most vulnerable, as well as some proclaiming support and reinforcement of public health mandates. And this one is particularly interesting because it caused some tension within religious communities because it sets those who threaten the nation apart from those who are there for the survival of the nation, where groups who are skeptical of mandates such as the vaccination or when churches were asked to close are suddenly proclaimed as problematic, including by some religious leaders themselves, right? So this narrative is in accordance of science and religion being able to work together, as we see beautifully in the first excerpt from the Barbados Christian Council representative who said, you know, we prayed, and we asked for a remedy. And so we must see the vaccine as a remedy. You know, it's not separate from God. It's God working through science to create this remedy that we wanted. So this narrative is in accordance with the argument that religious or faith-based organizations can work alongside state and medical professionals to combat pandemics, including the present ones. So implications for policy and for policy implementations. Here there internationally and globally, there are tensions around the role of religion in informing policies. There are those who say that religion poses problems. So there's this broad kind of notion that religion offers false hope, that religious teachings may counter scientific progress and therefore cause us to remain in a state of global pandemic versus to come out of it. And then there are other literature that says that government can navigate some difficult issues by bringing on board religious groups in meaningful ways. And two of these ways are like sensitizing government, health and security actors to bear in mind religious practices and teaching when they form policy. And this is especially in places where you have religious and minority groups that you may need to reach out to. The second way is by collaborating, so actively bringing on board religious leaders to help to shape and manage the implementations of policy. So this is in line with Mia Motley's strategic inclusion of religious players. For example, Motley has repeatedly called for a whole of nation and a whole of region approach. And this approach, she says, is inclusive of certain stakeholders, private sectors, NGOs, as well as churches. And we can trouble this notion of churches, why she just didn't say faith-based organization, but went back to using the more traditional notion of churches. And she claims that this whole of nation approach and whole of region approach is necessary to tackle the crisis at hand and to rebuild the nation. This nuances the take on the social partnership in Barbados that doesn't officially include religious or faith-based organizations as active participants, but draws upon them for specific purposes. So the Minister of Labour and Social and Partnership Relations, Colin Jordan, for example, has also repeatedly noted that faith-based organizations have been or will be consulted about various related protocols and regulations concerning their operations. So this inclusive approach reinforces the narrative of the need to mobilize all groups in service of the nation. Additionally, such statements shed light, however, on a negotiation of power. That is, if the protocols and regulations are viewed as an outcome of meaningful collaboration versus just state imposition, then this may minimize the likelihood of mass opposition within the respective communities and dampen critiques by other members of the public about the disregard of these significant institutions.
I have about 10 minutes now.
Yes, so some takeaways. First, we can say that tensions, contradictions, and disagreements shape perceptions and configuration of religion, which in part reflects historical and contemporary grievances, as well as changing alliances and socioeconomic relations. In my review, not all religious groups are positioned equally, right? And their engagement serves different purposes as well. In serving the nation, mainstream Christian groups show their ongoing relevance, so groups like the Anglican Church. And for the Muslim Association in particular, it is a valuable opportunity to publicly insert themselves in the national story as a significant contributor to the nation. In considering the role and significance assigned to religion within the nation state, it is useful to therefore consider the shifting relations of power, which result in various manifestations of religions being utilized, privileged, and challenged within the society, depending on the actors, context, and our purpose at hand. And I'm going to end there and welcome any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'm sorry. I have one question for you here. Can you tease out from Chairpersons, can you tease out the difference between religion and spirituality? As she's saying, as a Caribbean person, she sees them as very distinct entities.
Yeah, so they are distinct, as I started also. Thanks for that. So they are distinct entities, and in the literature, sometimes they're seen as being intimately aligned. Some scholars outside of the region have used them interchangeably, but that is very much questioned and not necessarily the norm. So spirituality, and one of the arguments is that religion may include spirituality, but spirituality does not necessarily have to include or encompass a specific religion or religious manifestations and behavioral practices. So within the Caribbean, and spirituality is seen as a kind of faith and trust and a relationship in a higher being, a being outside of ourselves, and that gives purpose and kind of help us to make sense of what is happening. In some of our literature, there has been a distinction between spiritual and religion, where spirituality is seen as a way of overcoming some of our colonial kind of relations and our colonial and the power imbalances caused by coloniality. And religion is aligned firmly as something that we have inherited, especially certain manifestations of religion that is aligned as something we have inherited from that colonial experience. However, I argue, as well as some feminist scholars, that this divide of seeing one as a more, as quote unquote, kind of a pure kind of experience of engagement and enlightenment and empowerment, and the other as strictly problematic, doesn't do justice to how people live and experience both spirituality and religion. But yes, they are distinct things, but they can also overlap in some contexts. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I think that is it. So we're going to move on to Dr. Patricia Northover. She's a senior research fellow at SALISES MONA. Her focus is in applied macroeconomics, economic growth theory, and economic methodology. Her primary research interest is in advancing critical philosophy and development theory as a method of interrogating and critiquing the processes and projects of globalization and development. Dr. Northover is going to be speaking on this deconstructing food systems crises, notes for a decolonial policy agenda. Over to you, Dr. Northover.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yep, perfectly.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. So today I'm going to be talking about food systems in crisis and highlighting some issues I think that are relevant to a decolonial policy agenda. So let me begin. Our food systems are being heavily debated now, especially with the negative COVID-19 impacts on global markets, supply chains, people's lives and livelihoods. These global disruptions have greatly increased hunger across the world and worsened the food insecurities suffered in the Caribbean, which were already trending upwards since 2014 and have now dramatically worsened since post-COVID-19, with 71% of the population now suffering in the Caribbean from moderate to severe food insecurity in 2020. Moreover, the outlook on food insecurity remains negative, not only because of income and job losses from economic shutdowns, but also because of price inflation that is now impacting net food importers like the Caribbean due to higher costs in feed, food, and fuel. I will argue in this short intervention that our global food system is in a fundamental crisis, and that this crisis calls for policy that endorses what I call 3D thinking. That is, thinking that is divergent, disruptive, and decolonial. This form of policy thinking is considered necessary in order to deconstruct the untenable neoliberal agenda in food politics that sustains saving clauses, silver bullets, and a sublime forgetfulness in order to preserve a neo-colonial logic reproducing racialized and unsustainable food systems. I wish to begin this conversation by highlighting that my view that our current food systems from production to consumption are in crisis is not a minority opinion at the fringes, but rather is an overwhelming consensus from a variety of critical stakeholders. For example, the United Nations launched their first Food System Summit in 2021 in an attempt to fix the food system. And then there was a major move to put food on the table in the recent COP26 climate negotiations hosted in Glasgow last November. Indeed, in a 2020 article on Planet Proofing the Global Food System by Johan Rockström et al., it was argued that food is failing us. This paper came on the heels of a 2019 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which highlighted the centrality of agriculture and land use systems as drivers of climate change. Thus, as Isabella Cosile, Director for Water, Land and Ecosystems Program at the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, has stressed in a 2019 blog on the Scientific American Network, and I quote, "It is not only a climate crisis that we have on our hands, it is a full-blown planetary emergency. And agriculture is both a source of the problem and a potential solution. She continues to note that, and I quote, "The decisions made in the next few decades will have huge ramifications for the future of our planet. And getting our food systems right is at the heart of this," end of quote. The decisions that are taken now then will depend, of course, on the paradigms and theoretical frames that we embrace for this politics of global transformation and getting our food systems right. The traditional diagnostic on food crisis asserts that food systems are failing, first, because they do not produce and distribute enough to feed a growing world population. This standard mantra subtly locks our thinking into a modernist growth-centric paradigm and a monodimensional logic of productivity, efficiency, which facilitates what I refer to here as saving clauses, magic bullets, and a sublime forgetfulness. First, the premise of lack represents the saving clause in the traditional diagnostic of food crisis. The value of the saving clause of lack is that it validates direction set by modernist growth and market-centric development pathways. Starting from lack, we create the space for magic bullets to be invoked. That is, an endorsement of singular technological fixes that reinforce technological path dependency, or solutions that are driven by the profit-seeking imperatives in the corporate food regime. For example, the appeal to magic bullet fixes like GMO golden rice to fix vitamin A deficiencies versus increasing the consumption of carotene-rich fruits like mangoes and green leafy vegetables relies on a normalization of these dominant capitalist technological solutions. These magic bullets appeal to our intuitive attraction to technological progress as the human effort to sustain life from the earth more efficiently and more abundantly. However, today's magic bullets, whether the Green Revolution or the Gene Revolution, have a particular history and technological trajectory that supports agricultural research that is focused on increasing productivity versus building the resilience of ecological and human health systems. The extension and reproduction of these agro-industrial complexes and their socially and environmentally destructive and extractive logic requires us to engage in a sublime forgetfulness of the nature of complex earth systems, as well as a history of agro-modernization rooted in racial states and a coloniality of power. In contrast to the traditional lens on how to diagnose and fix food systems, one can turn to critical frames that are committed to a deeper analysis of the fault lines of crisis and the right to say no to modernist growth-centric pathways that are invested in linear thinking and monological systems reinforced by saving clauses, magic bullets, and sublime forgetfulness. For example, one can highlight the role of racial capitalism in creating, through its global processes of primitive accumulation, not only a metabolic rift with nature, as noted by Jeremy Foster and later elaborated by Jason Moore in his concept of the Capitalocene, but also there is a racialized political rift with non-European forms of life, as emphasized by Cedric Robinson. In our Caribbean today, can we disavow the material, environmental, social, and economic impacts that these imperial politics of accumulation by dispossession, to borrow a phrase from David Harvey, has had on our own failing local and regional food systems. But the effects of a racial capitalist political economy do not end with us here in the region. Rather, starting from a critical historical lens, Davis et al. In a 2019 essay entitled Anthropocene, Capitalocene, Plantationocene, a manifesto for ecological justice in an age of crisis, also argue that the logic of environmental modernization, homogenization, and control developed on historical plantations and enabled by its legacies of racial disordering are also at the heart of the systemic crises of global climate change. This conceptual framework thus identifies the monocultural and racially extractive logics of plantation regimes as a key systemic driver that has transformed food into a global commodity by reshaping labor, production, reproduction, and consumption practices, as first pointed out by Sidney Mintz in his classic 1985 work on Sweetness and Power. Indeed, these socio-ecological contradictions within the modern food system abound. Thus, again, as Isabella Casil has remarked, and I quote, "The Green Revolution enabled food production to outpace population increases. But it was this very progress that contributed to large-scale land and water degradation, biodiversity losses, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. Now," she continues, "the productivity of 23% of global land has declined, and about 75% of fresh water is used for agriculture." And she notes that, and I quote, "Even if the climate crisis were miraculously solved tomorrow, agricultural production would still be racing down the road of unsustainability, failing to deliver diverse diets for all, income equality, or the health and well-being of the world's forests, soil, and water." End of quote. This point is dramatically reinforced by the 2020 paper by Johan Rockström et al., which speaks to the breaching of planetary boundaries by the global food system. Thus, not only is the global food system the single largest greenhouse gas emitter behind China and United States in the world, contributing 25% of greenhouse gases, not only is it the greatest cause of biodiversity loss, territorial ecosystem degradation, and waterway pollution due to the overuse of nitrogen and phosphorus, it is also the driver for unhealthy populations. Accordingly, as pointed out by Rockström et al., unhealthy food is the world's biggest killer, with diet-related chronic diseases estimated to be responsible for about 11 million premature deaths in 2017 alone. End of quote. Moreover, as highlighted in a 2019 study produced by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, it was noted that, and I quote, "Even when making healthy food choices, people's health is still being harmed by the way we produce food and deal with its byproducts. Among the harmful impacts of current food production methods are diseases carried by air pollution, water contamination, health consequences of pesticide use, and increased antimicrobial resistance. Leading causes of these include the overuse of fertilizer and the excessive reliance on antibiotics in animals, end of quote. This is reinforced by none other than a senior livestock specialist of the World Bank's Agriculture and Global Food Practices Division, Frank Bertha, in an interview in 2020 on the World Bank's website, which highlighted the fragility of the industrial mode of agricultural production exposed by COVID-19. And drawing on a recent study, he noted, and I quote, that 44 out of 60 largest meat, fish, and I quote, he noted that 44 of the 60 largest meat, fish, and dairy companies, valued at US 244 billion, are considered high risk for pandemics, and none of them present low risk, end of quote. Indeed, this senior World Bank official frankly stated that, and I quote, the paradox of industrialization of animal production does not reduce disease outbreaks, end of quote.
15 minutes.
Thank you. Indeed, the depth of the encroachment of agriculture, logging, mining, and other extractive industries on nature leaves us acutely vulnerable to infectious diseases like COVID-19, given the simple fact that these encroachments increase the prevalence of zoonotic diseases, that is, diseases that have their source in animals, domestic or wild. A relevant point of concern here for future global disease shocks is that 70% of emerging infectious diseases have their source in such animals. In brief, I argue, sick food systems cause sick populations. However, while this food systems crisis is indeed planetary, it is obvious that certain bodies, spaces, and places that are rooted in the history of colonial and racial violence bear the brunt of this food systems crisis. Thus, as noted in the 2021 Global Report on Food Crisis, in 2021, 160 million people in 42 countries were in food crisis, with the majority of these bodies being in Africa. While Afro-descendant peoples in Haiti continue to dwell with the fact that they live under an unnatural lockdown of extreme hunger and precarity. Indeed, Haiti suffers from the highest rate of hunger in the Caribbean region, noted at 47%, compared to a regional average of 16% in 2020, with Haitian children facing the highest rates of malnutrition. Finally, we must recognize that the climate change, water, food, land, and environmental nexus is now recognized to be an amplifier of social instability and is often the source for armed conflict, as evident in particular in Yemen, the Middle East, and Africa. This link between food systems and peace and security, between hunger and conflict, was recognized in a landmark UN Security Council resolution, Resolution 2417 in 2019. And as highlighted by Laderbach et al. 2020, this resolution recognized the need to, and I quote, break the vicious cycle between armed conflict and food insecurity, end of quote. Globalizing hotspots of infectious diseases and pest outbreaks, fires, hurricanes, floods, violent conflicts, all forcibly remind us today of just how precarious our current modern global food system is. However, our food system is not simplistically a victim of crisis, but rather a virulent agent in these escalating problems. Moreover, this situation of precarity in states of food security is not reduced by liberalism, but rather is underpinned by this paradoxical free market system, which uses subsidized cheap industrial food surpluses to mask our global and local food system vulnerabilities. As such, faith in liberal markets to ensure our food security, as Tony Weiss has pointed out in a 2011 essay, will merely reinforce a perilous dependence on cheap food imports in the global South that has been fostered by, and I quote, decades of heavy debt, structural adjustment, and deepening market integration under the disciplines of the WTO, end of quote. I argue then that any continued recourse to a racialized neoliberal market solution will come up against 4 hard constraints. First, biophysical contradictions in existing global food systems. Second, biophysical limits tied to the dependence on peak oil by the industrial food complex. Third, the growing and unsustainable levels of debt in the global South. And fourth, an array of hidden and externalized environmental and social costs that subsidize cheap industrial food. In the case of this latter point, Rockstrom et al. Have noted that a recent estimate of the hidden cost of global food and land use systems is at US $12 trillion, compared to the value of the market value of the global food system at US $10 trillion. To see this another way, for every dollar now spent on food, society pays $2 in health, environment, and economic costs. Our Caribbean region faces all these hard constraints to resolving our own food insecurity, as mirrored by our high import bills, given our saturation in these food system contradictions, not just at the global level, but at the national and regional level. So in most Caribbean countries, 80% or more of the food is imported. And our CARICOM food import bill is currently estimated to be 8 billion. This is an earlier estimate. In transforming and transfiguring global and local food systems then, traditional views of food security and on managing food systems that reinforce placing an emphasis on monocultural export-orientated food systems and corporate food regimes that are disarticulated from the local economy, local communities, and local ecological systems are simply not viable. In addition, traditional views that induce dependence on food surpluses from agro-industrial food complexes to meet domestic food requirements must be politically recalibrated so that food sovereignty overrides the narrow profit considerations of the corporate food regime. New trade and bilateral aid and investment relations have to be fully cognizant of the need for planet proofing and decolonizing the global food system by being vigilant against the racial, gendered, and class geographies of food. To conclude, I would argue that in transforming and innovating for our food and agricultural systems, policy must embrace 3D thinking. That is divergent thinking that relies on transdisciplinary perspectives such as econutrition and agroecology. 2, disruptive thinking, undermining the hegemonic ordering of neoliberal governmentalities over trade and food through the WTO or IBRD, in order to pursue a more progressive agenda, such as the support for the 2018 UN Declaration for the Rights of Peasants and other people working in rural areas that enshrines the principle of food sovereignty. Starting from food sovereignty, which emphasizes the right of people to autonomously produce healthy, nutritious, climatically and culturally appropriate food using local resources and through agroecological means, primarily to address local food needs, as argued by La Via Campesina. Starting from this premise, our food security would now be based on integrating the principles of food sovereignty, food access, food safety, and food cultural heritage. And lastly, we need to engage in decolonial thinking, which requires an undermining of the coloniality of power constraining forms of life. In the case of food systems, the primary action would be an unsettling of hegemonic and racialized epistemic narratives of efficiency and productivity that facilitate extractivist and expulsive logics of accumulation. This move will require a recentering of rural communities and the culture and knowledge that have supported their biocultural practices of Afro-descendant plots by countering the racial geographies of food and the racial orderings of rurality, which reproduce colonial legacies impacting property, land, and bodies. Promoting a research agenda that centers 3D thinking will support a vital transformation of our food systems and also offer an important contribution to reparatory justice movements that call not just for repair, but also for dismantling of the racial disorders that underpin the crisis of our world. The research effort at SALISES supporting this agenda is undertaken by the research cluster that I lead on sustainable rural and agricultural development. And our objectives here are highlighted on this final slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Northover. There's one question here for you in the Q&A. Does regenerative agriculture have a role in our Caribbean future?
Excellent question. No, regenerated agriculture is the latest buzzword that has been used largely through corporate regimes trying to be philanthropic to try and include issues related to inequalities and nature-based solutions as they describe it. But what is happening here in these solutions is that it's a narrative that is overriding existing discourses that have prioritized the modes of production by cultures and communities that have not bought into the agro-industrial complex. So that this regenerative agriculture needs some unpacking and rethinking in terms of whose interests are being promoted and what are the methodologies by which these practices are to be introduced, whether or not they will depend on large capital and big corporations to implement them, or whether or not we will have at the center of these regenerative practices a remembering of rural communities, biocultural knowledge. So basically the knowledges that we have used for resilience from plantation on our plots, which have been rooted in agroecological principles, protecting the environment, and which have over time become undermined because of an increasing reliance on modernist solutions, such as heavy utilizations of pesticide, agrochemicals, which really heavy dependence heavy dependence on all our inputs from abroad, or feed, or seeds, or machinery. While there is a need for some level of imports in any country, this overwhelming dependence on imports is undermining local knowledge and local practices. So the long and short of it would be that regenerative agriculture is a nice buzzword, and a lot of these buzzwords are now being introduced into the discourse in fighting for food systems, but we need to deconstruct them and see whose interests and what methodologies are being utilized in order to implement them. So it's not a yes or no. It depends on who is being whose interests are being advanced through it.
Thanks a lot. All right. Next up, we have Dr. Preeya Mohan. She's a research fellow at SALISES St. Augustine with a research focus in development economics, diversification, natural disasters, innovation and competitiveness, and entrepreneurship. Dr. Mohan is going to be presenting on islands and the sustainable development goals, a holistic perspective. Dr. Mohan.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to my SALISES colleagues and SALISES for organizing this event today and giving me the opportunity to present. This work I'll be presenting is actually a chapter for the Islands Economic Cooperation Forum annual report on global islands, prepared by the Institute of Island Studies at the University of Prince Edward Island. And in the beginning my presentation, what I'd like to do is pay tribute to Sir Arthur Lewis, whose birthday would have been on January 23rd. Now, why is the work of Arthur Lewis critical to Caribbean small island developing states, or SIDS and developing economies more broadly, and why is his work even still relevant today? Well, about 70 years ago, Arthur Lewis imagined a world in which Caribbean countries could rapidly transform from agricultural societies to modern industrial societies by what economists would call raising their marginal productivity. He sought to do this through foreign investment and modern technology to increase economic growth and development in the region. Now, during the time of Lewis's writing in the 1930s, Caribbean economies were mainly agriculture-based, and sugar would have been the chief export. And the sole purpose of the region was really to export primary products to the imperial powers, where these products will be processed and re-exported. Now, during this time, the Great Depression carried on. There would have been a series of riots and strikes, and this unrest led the British governments to commission the Moyne Report, and there would have been a formation of local political parties and eventual independence of many Caribbean countries. These events would have formed the backbone of the time in which Lewis would have been writing. And Lewis sought to really create a strategy for industrial development for Jamaica based on his own review of the industrial development experience of Puerto Rico. And Lewis, 1938, would have advocated the need for industrial development using local raw materials, and his paper then, Industrialization of the British West Indies, published in 1950, would have provided a fully articulated framework for capitalist development in the Caribbean. Now, these works would have then led Lewis to develop his more general model of economic development in his paper, Economic Development with Unlimited Supplies of Labor. And this is where he would have presented the famous dual economy model, for which he would have received his Nobel Prize. Now, with all that said, today we face COVID-19, which has created similar levels of high unemployment, exposed inequality, and vulnerable populations in the Caribbean, together with a lot of vaccine hesitancy and protests. Even before COVID-19, Caribbean states would have been facing low growth, high debt vulnerability to climate change impacts, natural disasters, and limited access to development finance and capital, as Professor Marshall would have spoke about earlier. Now, more widely looking at small island economies, in 2021, the IMF predicts that GDP is likely to shrink by about 7%. Island economies would have also experienced substantial drops in international tourism revenues, remittances, and capital flows. COVID-19 would have also exposed the fragility of island socioeconomic assets, including food security, as we just heard in that previous presentation, access to healthcare and digital infrastructure. The pandemic, however, should be viewed really as an opportunity for islands to really safeguard their process on sustainable development. And we see evidence of this happening as islands would have adopted slogans such as Build Back Better, New Normal, and Greening of the Economy since the onset of COVID-19. Now, the question then is, what should the post-pandemic recovery look like for small islands? And there's a growing literature which suggests that the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, can really provide a comprehensive and universal framework for recovery in this post-COVID-19 period for islands. Now, all island states would have adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development together with the accompanying 7 SDGs and the 169 targets. These goals present what could be looked at as an integrated, ambitious, and really transformative global roadmap for achieving sustainable development by 2030. Now, COVID-19 would have stalled or even erased some of the achievements made on the SDGs, and it does really provide a real threat that islands can be left behind. COVID-19 has resulted in increased poverty and unemployment since the first time, these goals would have been adopted. The SDGs, however, remain an objective for islands and an important component of their own post-COVID-19 growth strategy. So what does this paper really seek to do? The objective of the paper is to provide a holistic perspective on island sustainability through an assessment of their SDG progress and actions for a post-COVID-19 transformation. The paper provides an overview of islands' SDG progress and projections through a systematic analysis of their SDG reports and their voluntary national reviews, or their VNRs, and their SDG-related country plans. Actions on islands that positively contribute to SDG progress are presented through island case studies, and 3 areas in particular were looked at. These were renewable energy, the blue economy, and digitization. These are 3 areas of positive action that can help sustainable development in a post-COVID-19 era. The paper finally concludes with a suggestion on how islands can better achieve their SDGs and lessons going forward in a post-COVID-19 period. So what methodology and data would have been used? The methodology employed is really a systematic analysis of islands' SDG reports, their VNRs, and their SDG-related country plans. An online database for sustainable development would have also been looked at, as well as a survey of individuals on islands. This survey would have been conducted between 2020 to 2021 under the Sustainable Island Futures Project, hosted by the University of Prince Edward Island, where the SALISES would have been a co-investigator. And actions on islands that positively contribute to SDG progress are also presented using case studies, not just for the Caribbean, but also islands globally. So tracking SDG progress, how did islands perform based on their SDG score and rank? The top performing islands globally based on these SDG scores and ranks would have included the UK, Iceland, Malta, Japan, and New Zealand. So for the purpose of this report that I spoke about earlier, these are recognized as island states. You would see that no Caribbean island would have been in the top performing islands. The highest ranking Caribbean countries, however, would have been Cuba and the Dominican Republic. So no English speaking Caribbean countries there. And the worst performing islands globally would have included Haiti and really the majority of Pacific SIDS. Now, in assessing the SDG score and rank and progress for the Caribbean, it must be noted that there were severe data gaps, which made it challenging to really monitor progress. There's also very limited or lack of submission of voluntary national reviews on part on the part of Caribbean countries, which again limits tracking their SDG progress. How did islands perform based on SDG trends? And here we see specifically Caribbean islands. Caribbean islands have performed relatively well and are making good progress on SDG 4, which is quality education, or we would have been making a lot of progress on quality education with COVID-19 then causing some disruption. We've also been performing very well on SDG 7, which is a sustainable, affordable, and clean energy, across the Caribbean, we do have a lot of renewable energy initiatives. We've also been performing well on SDG 13, which is climate action. Now we face our biggest challenges in SDG 1, which is no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger. And again, we heard from the presentation before on food security. COVID-19 would have really impacted these two goals. SDG 3 as well, which is good health and well-being. COVID-19 would have caused a lot of challenges there. Other areas where we've been lagging behind are SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 14, life below water, and SDG 15, life on land. All Caribbean islands also had low scores for SDG 17, which is our partnerships for the goals. Now, structural vulnerabilities in the region pre-COVID-19, which would be our low growth, high debt, and exposure to external shocks would have really affected our achievement of all of the SDGs. And when we speak about external shocks, we're talking about natural disasters, not just hurricanes, but we've had a significant volcanic eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines recently. The region has also experienced a lot of flooding across countries in recent times, together with high commodity prices, oil price shocks, etc. Now, looking at the survey of islanders that I spoke about earlier in the methodology, the question asked, how do islanders perceive government success in achieving the SDGs? And what the survey results showed, we found that islanders living in what we would term developed island states or territories, including Cyprus, Iceland, and Prince Edward Island, there would have been a stronger perception of government success in achieving the SDGs compared to islanders from Caribbean, small island developing countries and territories. And the countries surveyed in the Caribbean would have been Grenada, St. Lucia, and Tobago. Now, looking at the areas of positive action for SDG progress, I'm going to start with the green energy transformation first. Access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy is really essential to achieving all of the SDGs. Green energy is directly related to SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and also closely related to SDG 13, which is climate action. We have support from the literature which views green energy as important for promoting long-term socioeconomic recovery post-COVID-19 for islands. We see that islands have a strong interest in introducing greener options in meeting their energy demands. Investment in renewable energy diversifies energy supplies and mitigates risk associated with oil price shocks. Islands are, however, still largely dependent on fossil fuels for their energy needs. Islands do, however, have high renewable energy potential relative to their energy demand, particularly in solar and wind. Also, battery and pumped hydro energy storage makes renewable energy technically and economically feasible in islands. Islands do, however, face a host of barriers that prevent the widespread use of large-scale renewable energy, including a lack of data, a need for policy and regulatory frameworks, scarcity of finance and costly infrastructure, lack of human resources and technical skills, a lack of economies of scale, and sociocultural impediments. Now, with that said, there are successful examples of green energy transition in small islands, which can contribute to attaining the SDGs. In Samoa, we've seen recently the construction of a biomass gasification plant, which uses local invasive trees to generate electricity. And now more than 50% of the island runs on renewable energy, and a target of 100% is set for 2030. In the Solomon Islands, we see that the Tina River hydropower project would increase the country's share of renewable energy to 67%, and it would also reduce the country's imported diesel by 70%. Cyprus is also implementing circular economy type elements in its post-COVID-19 growth strategy. And looking a little bit closer to home, in the country of Antigua and Barbuda, following Hurricane Irma, which would have wiped out completely Barbuda, the country is now adopting what is called a green island concept to transform and build resilience to external shocks in Barbuda. And how is this going to be done? Well, it's going to be done through sustainable energy, sustainable food, and green or ecotourism. What the government plans to do is to build a solar and lithium battery power plant on the island, so that the island of Barbuda would be 100% powered by renewable energy.
15 minutes, Preeya.
Thank you. Looking now at the blue economy, the blue economy is specifically recognized in SDG 14, Life Below Water, and the sustainable development of oceans, however, do have wider development impacts, again, that can contribute to achieving all of the SDGs. And for islands, ocean resources are on average more than 2,000 times the size of their land masses. And ocean-based sectors such as tourism and fisheries are already important economic activities. Now, globally as well, the demand for blue economy products such as energy, food, biotechnological applications, and pharmaceuticals is growing, and islands can take advantage of this. Islands do have vast untapped resources of fish stock, marine algae, and microorganisms. To develop these resources, however, international cooperation is required, technology is required, capacity building is required, as well as innovative financing approaches. Islands do also have the problem of overfishing, ocean pollution, and climate change, which all threaten the development of marine resources. Islands also lack the infrastructure and capacity for maritime security and coastal protection, and we do know that pirates are a big problem when securing our ocean borders. Now, with that said, Mauritius and Seychelles are two SIDS that would have achieved global recognition for championing the blue economy. How did they do this? Mauritius would have set up an oceans economy roadmap, a Ministry of Blue Economy, Marine Resources, Fisheries, and Shipping, as well as a Blue Economy Coordinating Committee. In Seychelles, they would have set up a Blue Economy Strategic Policy Framework and Roadmap, a Marine Spatial Plan, and the Seychelles would have also been the first country to issue a blue sovereign bond called Debt for Dolphins. These are just some examples of what we in the Caribbean could adopt if we want to really grow our blue economy, well, develop and grow our blue economy. The Caribbean does intend to develop its blue economy, and there are intentions, or there is a setting up of what is being termed a Center of Excellence for Oceanography and the Blue Economy, and this is a collaboration with the UE and the government of Barbuda, and the aim is really to advance intellectual progress and build institutional and technical capacity in marine science and the blue economy, and to identify economic opportunities for the Caribbean. Now, turning our focus to digital transformation, ICT-related goals and targets are identified in SDG 4, which is quality education, SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 9, industry innovation and infrastructure, and SDG 17, partnerships for the goals. Digital transformation can really accelerate progress towards all SDGs. As we all know, COVID-19 would have fast-tracked the uptake of digital solutions and digital transformations, but poor and vulnerable groups without digital services and persons who are not familiar with technology can be excluded from this process. Islands do, however, have a relatively good access to internet connectivity. It's estimated that mobile broadband coverage reaches about 90% of island populations. The average price of a mobile data package is 5% per capita in islands, which is relatively low by global standards, but not very low. Disruptive and transformative technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, drones, and mobile money are also being used currently in islands for sustainable development, but the applications of these technologies is limited by technical, financial, and human resource constraints. I'm just quickly looking at the island cases. Cyprus is establishing a long-term post-COVID-19 growth strategy with a strong focus on digitalization. Islands are also important for connecting fiber optic submarine cables and have benefited from increased connectivity and financially from this. And again, looking at the Caribbean, again, at the case of Antigua and Barbuda, it's a country with a high mobile cellular penetration rate with a low pricing. And this allows for a high share of the population to use the internet. Now, before COVID-19, internet access was provided in all schools and the curriculum was implemented in a digitized format. The country also provided devices for secondary school students and teachers who would have been in need, as well as ebooks and computers being installed in secondary schools. And when COVID-19 hit, this would have allowed for minimal disruptions to education on the island. That is something that they should be proud of. So I'm going to begin to wrap up. What are the conclusions from this paper and the lessons going forward? Post-COVID-19, it's important that islands do have a growth strategy, a transformative growth strategy, and islands need not do this from scratch, but can use the SDGs as a starting point and build off to suit their own needs. Of course, in doing this, the SDGs should not be treated as a standalone strategy, but should be fully owned and integrated into the national plans and strategies adapted to the local context and coordinated sufficiently across all sectors. Also, a goal-based development approach starting from a quantified deadline and designing a realistic pathway to achieve these objectives, which involves outlining the key interventions, the costing, the financing, and implementation would be useful. Also, leadership at the highest level to shape the national debate and support local post-pandemic recovery strategies aligned to the SDGs is important. Financing is a major challenge, as I would have alluded to in all three cases for positive action, and islands should make policy reforms aimed at improving their investment climate to attract private sector investment and development assistance, reform their tax systems to raise domestic revenue. A resource mobilization strategy that can connect the private sector development partners and philanthropists would also be important. Islands also need to build technical capacity to implement actions across the blue economy, green economy, and as well as digitalization and digitization. Now, this involves strengthening human resource knowledge and skills, as well as data collection and research and development around renewable energy, the circular economy, sustainable use of marine resources, coastal protection, and digital access and solution. It is also important to involve universities and research institutes, as well as central statistical offices. Lastly, there's a need to engage stakeholders, including the private sector and civil society, to ensure different voices are heard and that everyone works together to identify challenges, set priorities, align actions, and mobilize resources. The private sector has the potential to play a crucial role in providing funding, innovation, training, and skills. Similarly, civil society has a unique role to play in implementing sustainable development on account of their own experience, their own expertise, and their extensive presence in communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Mohan. I'm seeing one question in the Q&A. Do we have the fiscal space to pay for the attainment of the SDG?
So, as I said in my closing remarks about the resource mobilization strategy, we should not just rely on public finance in financing our post-pandemic strategy, but we should look at innovative financing approaches. For example, the Debt for Dolphins sovereign bond, innovative financing from the private sector, development financing, and even financing from philanthropists, as well as climate financing. So the region does have the problem of limited fiscal space and high debt, and we should not be looking at just creating the fiscal space for our growth strategies going forward.
Okay, I believe that is it. And if that's the case, I'm going to hand you all over to Ms. Alison Fung at this time, who's going to take you through the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, good. It's still morning, just about still morning. Morning, everyone. And our next presenter is Dr. Stephen Johnson, who is a research fellow at the Mono Unit, where he teaches research design and management. His research interests focus on state-led development, trade, human security, and blockchain technologies. And his most recent work theorizes whether blockchain technology could cause risk reduction in the cannabis industry, very interesting, and the extent to which this reduction will impact the following variants of human security, namely economic, health, and personal safety. Dr. Johnson, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alison. Good morning, colleagues, and special invited guests, and to our audience. Thank you for coming. All right, let me just share my screen with you. So my presentation is titled Staving Off Dutch Disease, Eric Williams Speaks from the Grave, Guyana Should Listen. Now, this presentation was inspired by an article shared by my colleague, Dilian Aleni. And I went ahead and designed this research around it, this embryonic research paper. Now, in terms of background, oil was first discovered in Guyana in the 1930s. Historically, Guyana has been a net importer of oil. However, in 2015, Esso, a subsidiary of ExxonMobil, discovered commercial grade oil in 2015. Commercial grade oil extraction began in 2019. Now, though the discovery of commercial grade oil could potentially change Guyana's development trajectory, the state will need to adopt a number of endogenous policies to stave off Dutch disease. Now, for the purpose of this presentation, Dutch disease is conceptualized as an economic phenomenon where the rapid development of one sector of the economy, particularly natural resources, precipitates a decline in other sectors. To better understand the nexus between Guyana's potential benefit and the factors that threaten to derail these benefits, this embryonic study will use a historical institutional framework in combination with a case study methodology to historically and comparatively analyze the development path of Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the aim is to better understand what lessons can be transferred from Williams' management of the TNT oil economy. More specifically, it answers the following research question. What lessons can Guyana learn from Eric Williams' management of TNT oil wealth to ensure it staves off Dutch disease and experience a critical juncture in its development trajectory? Now, Let's now turn our attention to the analytical framework that I'll be using. Now, historical institutionalism, HI for short. Sorry, let me just change the slide. Historical institutionalism, HI for short, is used to examine how states as institutions engage with, confront, and make use of moments in their development trajectories that contain significant potential, known as critical moments and critical junctures in historical institutionalist literature. The underlying assumption that guides historical institutionalist analysis is that the evolutionary trajectories are a consequence of historical decisions which shape institutions and the development paths upon which they embark. HI assumes that there are two main models of institutional change, the evolutionary and transformative models. Both exogenous and endogenous factors provide moments in an institution evolution for possible change. This change can only occur if the institution seizes and acts upon the opportunities provided. Case in point here, Guyana. Simply put, exogenous and endogenous factors create a critical moment wherein change has the capacity to occur. If this change does not take place, the institution will continue along the same evolutionary path with very little difference from its point of origin. Conversely, where a critical moment arises and change occurs, this is considered a critical juncture, and the institutional path will shift noticeably, sometimes dramatically, from its point of origin. Now, the HI framework therefore provides the means to examine the evolution of the individual development path of Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. As illustrated in this figure on your screen, the HI is used to explore how exogenous factors such as independence, multinational corporations, fluctuation in prices for natural resources shapes these states' development path. Now, let's apply our analytical framework. Now, in terms of exogenous factors that present critical moments, for Guyana, which is the first case that we will start with. Now, they gained their political independence on May 26, 1966. This provided a critical moment also. That is the opportunity for Guyana to govern its own affairs, establish political autonomy over their industrial policy, and diversify their economy. Guyana arguably did not experience a critical juncture as it had to rely on its colonizer, the UK, for development capital. Development capital was provided, however, the condition was that it had to be geared towards the agricultural industry, as Britain did not envision any competitive sectors outside raw material exports from agriculture, sugar, and the mineral sector backside. With external control over capital, the state had limited leverage and by extension autonomy over its industrial policy. Notwithstanding, it continued on an evolutionary path as the state was dependent on employment and export revenues from sugar and bauxite respectively. Now, a second critical moment was foreign direct investment, and these would come under invitation by industrialization by invitation. Now, foreign direct investment also provided a critical moment for Guyana to experience a critical juncture transformation in its development. However, looking at this through a neo-colonialist lens, MNC represents an extension of colonialism, given Guyana's lack of technology and capital to extract its own mineral and exchange in value-added production. During investment negotiation, Guyana, by virtue of its dependence, had little to no leverage. As such, it had to settle for employment and raw material exports. In essence, beggars were not choosers. Now, the third critical moment that warrants examination in Guyana's development trajectory is the fluctuation in prices for natural resources in the international market. During the peak of bauxite prices in the 1970s, this presented a critical moment for Guyana to use the excess capital to fund the expansion of other industry. However, the state again did not experience a critical juncture as the revenue in the form of bauxite levy. When the state tried to exercise political autonomy and increase this levy, some bauxite companies either closed or threatened to close, which resulted in an increase in unemployment. The increase in unemployment caused an internal political backlash in the form of mass protests The states also face the threat of sanctions from the parent bauxite companies or the parent country. Now, Guyana once more in 2020 is experiencing a critical moment as oil is a lucrative natural resource. However, given that Guyana has missed a number of critical moments in its development trajectory, what are the odds that the recently discovered oil resource will not suffer the same fate as bauxite, for example? The question is indeed legitimate, especially when the endogenous factors are examined. For instance, the 2020 general election established a political fault line that threatens the potential nexus between the state and its oil investors. In the build-up to the March 2020 general elections, the management of the state's oil wealth was the focal point of the political campaign. The opposition leader of the People's Progressive Party, Ifran Ali Mohammed, was critical of the contract signed by the incumbent and ExxonMobil. The opposition leader claimed that the deal signed by then incumbent David Granger was not favorable enough to Guyana. In addition to the political differences over strategic management of Guyana's oil investment, there was no clear victor on the night of March 2nd, 2020 general election. Between the night of the general election, March 2nd, and August 2nd, 2020, both political parties were locked in a legal battle in Guyana's Court of Appeal to determine the outcome of the general election. In the 5-month period between the date of election and the court's ruling, there was increased political tension and civil unrest. The uncertainty over political regime in the aftermath of the 2020 general election served to highlight that Guyana is a politically divided nation. To the MNC ExxonMobil, Guyana is perceived as vulnerable and is a perfect candidate for divide and rule. Where a state is experiencing political division, it's usually difficult for the state to exert autonomy over its industrial policy, especially where said state is reliant on MNC for its natural resource extension. The political tension between Guyana's two major political parties and dependence on MNC technology raise questions again over whether or not Guyana has the potential, has the political autonomy to efficiently manage the anticipated flow of capital from its oil discovery. I argue that Guyana could garner a better understanding of how to manage their oil wealth by learning from Trinidad and Tobago's management of their oil wealth, more specifically Sir Eric Williams' stewardship of TNT oil wealth. Now, Sir Eric Williams played a significant role in the management of TNT oil wealth, not to mention playing a role in TNT experiencing a critical juncture, arguably, in their trade development path. Now, it may be argued that Williams was merely lucky to be in the right place at the right time to benefit from the exponential increase in oil price. However, the results from the application of the HI framework revealed that Williams' political regime did in fact made a difference. Now, let us apply HI. Now, like Guyana, the political independence provided a critical moment for Trinidad to exert political autonomy over its industrial policy. Now, similar to Barbados, Jamaica, and other Caribbean states, the implementation of industrialization by invitation in Trinidad and Tobago did not provide the desired transformation in its overall development. The social unrest from the Black working class underscored the need for the government to pursue an alternative development path. In its second 5-year development plan between 1964 and 1968, and the third 5-year plan between 1969 and 1973, the government of Trinidad and Tobago declared its intent to diversify its economy and shift the country's dependence from the colonial model. Former Prime Minister Eric Williams reasoned that Trinidad and Tobago's economic capacity would only improve through the development of a domestic private sector. Although the implementation of these strategies would improve the economic conditions of Trinidad and Tobago, Williams' plan was constrained by a lack of domestic capital. Instead of nationalizing foreign ownership, like what Jamaica was doing with bauxite in its economy, Williams solicited the support of the private sector. Williams' proposals received limited support among Black nationalists, white domestic business class, and white foreign business class. Black nationalists wanted immediate nationalization of foreign ownership, while white domestic and foreign businesses preferred capital from the international market. In terms of the critical moment when the oil price increased in the 1970s, Williams was able to capitalize. and this critical moment. Williams' alternative development plan gained a significant boost as the 1973 surge in oil prices provided a windfall of profits for Trinidad and Tobago. The government used its development capital to execute its third five-year plan between 1974 and 1981. Williams executed a strategy of state capitalist model. Under this model, one, the state utilized oil revenues to create large-scale resource-intensive export industries, especially energy-intensive export industries such as fertilizers, iron, and steel production. Two, to negotiate, Williams used the excess capital to negotiate state and transnational joint ventures. The accompanying development of the import substituting manufacture and assembly plant operations with export and domestic market capabilities. Four, the use of oil boom surpluses to upgrade basic infrastructure. And five, the disbursement of government revenues into welfare funds, plus massive yearly transfer and subsidies to bolster state-owned industries that were not profitable, though they had large patronage fuel payrolls. Now, Trinidad and Tobago's state capitalism model produced limited diversification. The export growth declined simultaneously with a reduction in oil prices in 1984, which resulted in a depletion of foreign reserves accumulation during the boom. Even though the industrial expansion was not widespread, the endogenous policies implemented by Williams' administrations in the 1970s paved the way for Trinidad and Tobago to shape its development over the long term. The excess oil well provided the state with investment capital and the opportunity for the state to reduce its dependence on foreign capital. With national capital at its disposal, the Trinidad and Tobago government was able to exercise political autonomy over its industrial policies. Now, when compared to the past and other states that were using IBI, the addition of steel and chemical industry, as well as the use of energy to supplement its manufacturing industry, represents a major transformation. The increase in Trinidad and Tobago's industrial capacity meant the state would be able to experience a transformation in its development path. Now, what lessons can Guyana learn from Eric Williams' management of TNT oil well to ensure it stave off Dutch disease, and most importantly, experience a critical juncture in its trade development trajectory? Now, if Williams was alive today, chances are he would have provided these four lessons. One, the discovery of commercial grade oil provides access to influx of revenue. The extent to which this revenue can be used to shift Guyana's development trajectory depends on whether the government has political autonomy. Political autonomy is not a magic bullet. However, it can make a difference in causing a transformation in a state's development path. To achieve political autonomy, Guyana should focus on establishing political unity as unity is strength. Over time, oil will become Guyana's largest export. There's a strong possibility that this will cause the Guyanese currency to appreciate rapidly. This will cause exports from other industries to become uncompetitively priced in the international market. The state should therefore work immediately to develop a strategy to mitigate the rise of unemployment. And here are some of the possible strategies. Now, the state could develop, pardon?
15-minute mark.
Right. The state could develop a sovereign wealth fund where the excess profits are invested in stocks and bonds, and the value increase has a great chance of increasing over time. The state could also encourage local entrepreneurship, likewise, invite foreign businesses to relocate. Engage the private sector, entice them with domestic capital at reduced rate. This could discourage local businesses from buying from the international market. Guyana should learn from Trinidad and Tobago's mistake. Access to development capital or subsidy should not be automatic. It should be incentivized. This should not translate to the state picking winners. Rather, the state should establish an independent bureaucracy stocked with Guyanese and CARICOM experts, similar to the developmental state model. Now, the purpose of this bureaucracy would be to provide market intelligence to local manufacturers, as well as to collect intelligence from local manufacturers and feed it to government to develop policies. The bureaucracy would act as a bridge between the government and the private sector. It would reduce high levels of corruption, which is usually affiliated with lucrative natural resources. Guyana could also expand the manufacturing sector by providing subsidies subject to the point above to reduce the energy costs. 4, during the boom, William's advice would be to Guyana, resist the temptation of nationalization without compensation. Instead, use the accumulated capital and the stable political climate that you are aiming to create to renegotiate the existing deals. That's the end. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Stephen. I don't see any questions. Anybody have any questions? Going, gone? Okay, but Stephen, you and I need to discuss it. This your research, because as a Guyanese, I have a critical and very keen interest in what's happening there. So, yeah.
Alex, we have a lot to catch up.
Oh, Dr. Natalie Dietrich Jones has a question. Natalie, you want to take the mic? Oh, she's asking if you can share a little bit on the HI.
Are you still seeing my screen? Right?
No, we can't see it right now.
Share screen. Sorry, what's the question?
If you could share some more on HI in terms of the state as an institution and of course the methods of HI.
Okay, so the method of HI is that a state is an institution that travels along a specific path. In this case, I'm making the case that Guyana is traveling along a particular development path, and along the development path throughout history, there have been several critical moments. And then I look at why they miss these critical moments. So these critical moments serves as exogenous factors. Now, they either provide an opportunity for the state to become developed, or they can keep the state on an evolutionary development path. For example, with bauxite, the increase in oil price, both with bauxite and oil, for example, the increase in oil prices can provide much needed capital for development and expansion. And depending on how it is managed internally, based on the number of policies that the state would have implemented, then this could lead to a critical juncture. Likewise, as we have learned from the increase and decrease, or the fluctuation in prices for both bauxite and oil, is that the price can also go down. The question then is, what measures does the state have in place to make sure that it would have mitigate the impact? Now, when we're asking questions of the state, we're basically referring to the endogenous factors, the internal factors. One, you need a stable government. And when you have a stable government, the government should also have political autonomy. In both the case of Trinidad as well as Guyana, in the case of Trinidad, during the 70s, Williams had to grapple with social unrest. And what was happening in other countries, again, like Jamaica, there was nationalization, and he decided against it and exercised stable political leadership and guide his country along a steady path. Now, in comes the 1970s and the increase in oil prices. He capitalized on that with the excess wealth to try as best as possible to expand existing industries, right? By steel, by establishing fertilizer, as well as establishing a wealth fund. Now, that determined an extent, or that influenced the extent to which Trinidad was able to experience, though short-lived, some sort of economic diversification, because after the oil prices decreased, which is a very important lesson here, the measures put in place were not sufficient to mitigate the impact in the fall of oil prices, which is something Guyana can learn from. That oil fluctuates. You're going to have capital 1 minute, and there's also going to be a reduction in capital in the event that oil prices change. So the question is, how are you preparing for it? Sorry, Natalie, I hope I answered your question.
Partially. How did you go about doing the analysis? I'm assuming you did qualitative research. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Document analysis. Again, looking at each stage development part and seeing what strategy they would have tried before. For example, in the case of Trinidad, looking at their development plans over the years, as well as with Guyana. at the start of their independence, both countries would have used industrialization by invitation. And you would have, my analysis would have asked to what extent it would have led to some sort of transformation or diversification as the goal. Now, based on the information that would have been extracted, you would have suggested that none of either countries would have experienced a critical juncture from IBI because of a number of internal weaknesses. For example, when they're at the bargaining table with multinational corporations that were coming to invest, like for example, bauxite MNCs, they were negotiated from a weaker position because though they had the natural resources, they didn't have the technology to extract it. And when they do try to exercise leverage, bauxite companies, for example, would push back and would have joined on the work of like Gervan to document this bit of information. Clear?
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Stephen. And our next presenter is Dr. Godfrey St. Bernard, who really needs no introduction. He's a stalwart, a senior research fellow at the St. Augustine Unit. He's a demographer and statistician and has published widely on numerous issues in the social sciences. And of course, he's the current champion of the MSc in Development Statistics, which we really need to promote some more across the region, given that dearth of data, as Preeya has reported. Godfrey, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's indeed my pleasure to be part of this forum where we are talking about the research of SALISES. And while I will not be showing a PowerPoint presentation, I will be speaking to the issues because as we planned this engagement, it was really one of, let us present what we have found on the basis of the research we are doing, or let us just talk about, the research that we are doing and that we are part of. And I chose today, notwithstanding the several research interventions that I am engaged in. Of course, those who know are aware of the work I have been doing in population dynamics in Caribbean societies, and that has not stopped. I've been doing work on injury prevention and safety promotion. I have a big project on children and youth, their rights and well-being in Central America and the Caribbean, looking at Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. And recently I started some work looking at developing a comprehensive wealth index for Trinidad and Tobago. So it is this work that I'm going to be speaking a bit about, because even as we have started, there are a number of challenges, and I want to really speak to the process and perhaps, indicate some of the challenges, particularly challenges with respect to the role of the university and institutes such as SALISES. But in particular, there's tremendous implications for national statistical offices, the policy planning framework, economic and social planning frameworks, and also in terms of those other entities that are out there that provide data of various kinds to facilitate, the engagement with issues such as comprehensive wealth. So in terms of the rationale for this study and this work, I have to say it began quite unexpectedly in 2016 when the Central Bank of Barbados had convened one of its annual conferences, and they were looking at the question of economic growth. And as a demographer, as a statistician, and even back to my days as a young student of economics at A-level and then my bachelor's degrees in economics and mathematics, I always had issues with, the economic determinism that characterized, a lot of these assessments of development and economic development in particular, because there have been a number of interdisciplinary forces impacting the economics, and we ought to take them on board. And in preparing the paper for that conference, I started grappling with ideas of, capital as a major basis for investment and the fact that, you know, there are different types of capital, whether we are looking at produced capital, natural capital, financial capital, human capital, social capital. And if that is the case, where do all these different forms of capital fit in our assessment of development? We often talk about the well-being of societies, and in many instances, the well-being of societies have often been gauged on the basis of economic measures such as per capita income, notwithstanding all its, and per capita GDP, notwithstanding all of its shortcomings associated with distributional issues, among others. And more so, I mean, when you think in terms of well-being, I mean, well-being at a particular point in time in a particular period and cumulatively, to what extent does, you know, GDP really do the job? So it is in that vein, you know, that, you know, when this notion of the comprehensive wealth index emerged, and quite surprisingly to me, after doing that paper in 2016, I had always been thinking about how do I advance it, because I think it was very superficial, the paper that I would have done at the Barbados conference. But I think at that point in time I was onto something, and I thought really that, you know, it is work that needed to be developed and advanced and so on. But again, you know, due to the pressures of other things, that sort of was a slow process. But up came the IISD, the International Institute for Sustainable Development, based in Canada. Up came that institute in mid 2020, and approached me about, you know, perhaps, you know, being one of those who can work on developing a comprehensive wealth index for Trinidad and Tobago. And that was not surprising, because I have done a lot of this work with respect to a whole suite of other international indices. I have had my stamp in terms of, you know, the construction of some of these directly and indirectly. So it was not a surprise that they came this way. And I really grasped the opportunity. So really and truly, it is about, you know, developing a comprehensive wealth index, a measure of comprehensive wealth, which would take into account, you know, wealth that is generated. First of all, it understands wealth as a stock measure rather than as a flow. And in addition to that, it takes into account, you know, the fact that wealth is not only generated by production units in the form of business establishments, whatever format they may take, but wealth is also the preserve of households, and wealth is also the preserve of the state, and created and generated based on investments by these different actors on a national level. So it starts there really and truly. And it really sees, you know, the wealth index as a measure complementing GDP measures. It's not knocking GDP measures, because they do still have their importance, but there is a link, so to speak, between the two. And insofar as this is the case, I mean, there has been a lot of work done by the World Bank, the Bennett Institute in Cambridge University, of course, the IISD, among others. So that being the case, when we talk about, you know, the comprehensive wealth index, it's really an index that takes the form of some kind of combination, whether it's a linear combination, a multiplicative, an arithmetical kind of combination, or a multiplicative means of pulling these sub-indices together. It's really a case of bringing together all of these different indexes, or what I should say, sub-indexes, that would take the form of like a produced capital index, natural capital index, human capital index, financial capital index, and social capital index. Of course, once we start talking about all these different components, there are some components that can be monetized, and there are other components that cannot really be monetized, but by and large, I mean, we can still glean, attributes and directional elements of the observations that would tell us about to what extent it can and does contribute to wealth. So the first one is really produce capital. And what exactly is produce capital? And it really represents the value of the stock of all human-made assets used to produce goods and services in an economy. And the United Nations, in its SNA of 2009, defined produce capital as produced assets that are used repeatedly or continuously in the production processes for at least a year, for at least a year. That's basically it. And what are some of the elements of produce capital? Of course, structures in terms of buildings and so on. Machinery and equipment, so all the machines and equipment, including computers and all the other resources that we use to facilitate production process, all of these are considered as part of produce capital. Cultivated assets, because some people have farms, and on their farms they have animals and they have plants that produce fruit, produce milk and other animal products, and that in and of itself is a capital item insofar as it has a value that produces goods for further capital consumption or for domestic private consumption and international private consumption, as the case may be. And then there's intellectual property. So all of these are different forms of produce capital that we will want to look at. Of course, the challenge really is how do we arrive at the data that would allow us to generate the requisite indicators that we need to look at. And that is a sort of a mystery still to us in terms of some of the work we are doing, but we are gradually, reviewing the literature that's out there to figure out some of these things. Of course, when we think in terms of produce capital stocks, they can, based on what I presented here, they could be further analyzed in accordance with three ways. We can look at, produce capital stocks that are fixed assets. We can look at inventories, and we can look at valuables. So at a minimum, the measurement of produce capital requires data on the value of annual investments in fixed capital, inventories, and valuables. And these investments, of course, we, based on some of the data I've seen so far from the National Statistical Office here in Trinidad and Tobago, they are largely presented in terms of, nominal prices, right? In addition to the data on investments in produced assets, information, and it's quite expected insofar as we are talking about fixed capital, we are talking about, inventories, we are talking about valuables and so on. Insofar as we're talking about all these things, what is also important is the fact that we need to have data on the lifespan of these assets and the rate of depreciation of these assets. I think these are important elements of data that we need as well. And as a result of that, so far in terms of our work, we have been embarking on an OECD approach which takes, some of these indicators or proxy measures of some of these indicators. The interesting thing about it is in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, we have been looking at the data. And what we wanted to do is to really work with a fairly long time series from 1990 to about 2020. And it meant, going into the CSO and taking a look at the capital accounts, the gross capital formation accounts of the CSO, and looking at it in terms of the 19 economic sectors that constitute the Trinidad and Tobago economy, and how those 19 economic sectors, what are some of the critical items that constitute, elements of gross capital formation, how those are configured for each of the industries. Unfortunately, we have only been able to gather such data from 1990 till about 2005. Since 2006 onward, the CSO has lapsed in terms of its production of that kind of data. And that in and of itself is a challenge for us because we have to figure out now how are we going to impute the values for the rest. And in our discussions with CSO, we may have to embark upon other approaches, which perhaps may mean using trade data and using data from other economic sectors that engage and that can facilitate the estimation of produced capital. The next capital, of course, is natural capital. And what is natural capital? And natural capital is really seen as a link between ecological systems and how ecological systems link to economics and, by extension, the well-being of our societies. All right. And immediately, when we think in terms of natural capital, there are sets of assets that we can look at, which are natural assets. And these natural assets, of course, can take the form of oceans, forests, lakes, grasslands, rivers, wetlands, what have you. They can assume the form of minerals. In the context of Trinidad and Tobago, we are talking about oil and gas. In the context of Jamaica, it may be Ghana, bauxite, Ghana, gold, and so on. And the list goes on. Quarrying and the products of quarrying, I mean, could also be considered there. And these are important sources of income for many countries in the Caribbean. And these are natural assets, all of which, a value can be assigned to, what it is worth, albeit bearing in mind temporal degradation and what that may mean through, as I mentioned before, there's a lifespan. When we talk about these natural assets, in particular, renewable assets, the lifespan is infinite. I mean, the T value would be infinity in a sense, right? Land provides also a space. Land in and of itself is a natural asset, and it provides space for human activities, and there are real estate values that could be assigned to lands in different spaces. And of course, we have to take into account atmospheric systems. So what we are talking about in terms of natural assets are really assets that consist of monetary attributes insofar as a money value, a dollars and cents value can be assigned to the asset, and a non-monetary attribute, for which there's no dollars and cents or no monetary value that can be attached. So when we think in terms of the monetary resources, of course we think in terms of the fossil fuels, we think in terms of the minerals, the timber, the agricultural lands, and so on, and the various lands that can attract values, right? Of course, in doing so, we have to be concerned about the present value of expected future value in income generated from resource use and so on. So these are some things that we have to take on board. And in terms of the monetary value, how do we how do we measure that? In terms of the monetary resources, in terms of those, we can, come up with a monetary value in terms of what is called resource rent, and resource rent being, the revenues generated from extracting the resource minus the cost involved in the extraction itself, and then subtracting from that, elements associated with depreciation and also the capital that is invested in it, and so on. In terms of the non-monetary resources, we are looking principally at 3 ecosystems, and these 3 ecosystems are terrestrial, aquatic, and atmospheric. And so it really takes all the layers of the spaces that, impact, human activity that is productive in a sense. And we are looking at, from the terrestrial standpoint, we are looking at, the forest reserve, the wooded areas, the built areas, the wetlands, and so on. And what area does what aerial unit in terms of, in terms of whether it's hectares or whatever, do these areas cover spatially? Likewise for aquatic in terms of water bodies, coastal areas and reefs. I mean, there's no way we can really assign, any dollars and cents value to these particular elements. And the only approach to facilitating measurement is in terms of expanse and physical area covered and so on. And likewise, in terms of atmospheric systems, we're looking at temperature and precipitation. And in some instances, various measures of pollution and so on to see, and again, these are measures that are readily available. Temperature and precipitation are available through our meteorological services and so on. So in terms of the data requirements for some of these items of data, because what I have really hit on are some of the domains that really would feed into the components of the index itself. But where do we get the data from? And based on some of the perusal of the data of the sources, certainly the CSO can provide some of it. The Forestry Division, Lands and Surveys Department here in Trinidad and Tobago, there's a water resources institution that does a lot of the scientific measures, providing hydrological services and so on, and they can assist the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the Trinidad and Tobago Meteorological Office. And right now, as I speak, we are exploring some of these sources to see how we can assemble the data to begin to pull together our time series and do our requisite analyses. The next form of capital that we look at is human capital. And what is it? And human capital, has been, the concept of human capital has been around since the days of Adam Smith. And Adam Smith himself in 1776, referred to human capital as the acquired and useful abilities of all the inhabitants or members of a society. More recently, of course, the OECD speaks about, human capital as the skills, competencies, and attributes embodied in individuals that facilitate the creation of personal, social, and economic well-being. So what we are really talking about is earning capacity, earning potential, and economic returns. And these attributes, economic capacity, earning potential, economic returns, they are really a function of investment in education, training, health, and nutrition. So how do we...
10 minutes left.
How many?
10 minutes to go.
Yeah, so how do we treat with all of this? I would think, we would think in terms of, investment in education and training. We can use a cost-based approach, right? Estimates of human capital as the accumulated investment in education and training. And of course, you have to take into account, less whatever depreciation might take place in terms of skills and knowledge. There's also a lifetime approach where one can, think in terms of, measures of human capital and as a discounted value of the future income that individuals expect to earn throughout their lifetime. And this is something, these are measures that had been developed by Jorgensen and Fromenia in some of their work in the late 80s into the 90s. So income as the return on investment in human capital. And this is something that, we propose to do. A lot of these data, of course, can be obtained through the population-related data that we have access to. Certainly student population and enrollment data from primary, secondary schools, tertiary level educations in the region. School duration data could be important. There are employment statistics that we get from our labor force surveys and so on. Survival rates, which actually take into account, not everybody would live through their reproductive life, and some people may actually die. So how do we account for that? So these are some of the features. Moving quickly on to financial capital, basically what you find, once you start talking about financial capital, we are looking at financial assets in a sense, but I mean, purely in financial circles and in domestic settings, domestic financial assets, more often than not would be offset by domestic financial liabilities in pure accounting terms. So what is more important in assessing financial capital is really looking at, the value of foreign financial assets owned by residents and the value of domestic financial assets owned by non-residents. And that represents something that we call, a net foreign financial asset, which in some terms is referred to as the international investment position. And of course, if your international investment position, your IIP, is positive, it means that the country is a net lender and its well position is favorable. Otherwise, if it is negative, the country is a net borrower and its its welfare position is unfavorable. Of course, in terms of OECD countries' net financial position, what you will find is that it indicates both exposure to overseas risk, and it also deemed to be, a store of financial wealth and sources of future revenue. In terms of estimating the financial capital, of course, we have looked at some approaches there in terms of how we can go about that. And the data, of course, for that would come largely from different suites of financial instruments, whether we look at direct investments in terms of assets, the IIP in terms of direct investments, assets in terms of, financial derivatives and other investment assets, reserve assets, and in terms of Forex, among other things. So finally, in terms of social capital, what is it? Basically, when we think in terms of social capital, we think in terms of, networks, involving shared norms, values, and understandings that facilitate cooperation among groups. And what is interesting about social capital is that it really impacts perhaps all of the other capitals in some kind of way. So social capital has shared values, institutions, trust, and participation, and they are all, considered to be vital components in the functioning of our society. What are some of the components of social capital? They're largely reliant on non-monetary measures of social capital. When we think in terms of social capital, we think of things like bonding in terms of, within your primary group, bridging beyond your primary group, but between individuals, and linking, which involves, between institutions and between groups and that sort of thing, the networking standards. So when we think in terms of, these three pillars of social capital, we see, it doesn't matter which one of these we are looking at, civic engagement and trust and cooperative norms prevail. And with each of these, civic engagement and trust and cooperative norms, there's a whole suite of indicators that we have identified and associated standards for measuring these indicators, things like volunteering, voter turnout, trust in institutions, willingness to help others, among others. And these are data that have been collected. In some instances, we have collected such data from surveys of living conditions. We could get some of the data from Election and Boundaries Commission. The lap-up studies that are done in several countries can provide such data, and so on. So in concluding, what all of this means is that our national statistical offices are perhaps way behind time in terms of, the capacity to produce the kind of data that we need to make these things happen. And this has serious implications for the reconfiguration of national statistical offices. And as a result of this research in Trinidad and Tobago, we have already started working with the CSO here, hoping that, you know, they will understand some of the data requirements and what are the implications for those data requirements, not only in the context of CSO here in Trinidad and Tobago, but the wider national statistical systems. How do we involve regional organizations and public sector entities within the wider public sector? That is something that is part of the project that we are working on and trying to engage. And certainly, you know, how do we get university researchers and think tanks on board to support substantively some of the ideas implicit in what I've been talking about? I think all these are important elements as well. In the interest of time, I got to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. I think we all feel your pain in terms of the dearth of data. So wish you the very, very best as you go forward on this. Are there any questions? I see somebody popping up here. Sammy Indelmani is saying, great objective, but the data requirements would pose similar problems faced in the calculation of GDP, which is more of a comment as opposed to a question. Thanks for that, Sammy, and good to see you. Okay, so we can move right along, and our next presenter is Dr. Natalie Dietrich Jones. She's a research fellow at the MONA unit, and her research interests included the geographies of the border, managed migration, and intra-regional migration in the Caribbean. She also chairs the Migration and Development Cluster that focuses on contemporary issues concerning migration in the Caribbean and its diaspora. She's also a research associate with the Institute of Island Studies at the University of Prince Edward Island. Natalie, over to you.
Give me 1 second to share my screen. Oops.
You have a bit of an echo there.
Sorry, I had to disconnect one device. So okay, you're seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Hello?
Yes, we can see the screen. Your screen. Natalie, you're muted.
You're hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello?
Yes, Natalie, we can hear you. Natalie, we can hear you. Richard, should we try to move on to?
Yes, we lost her. So
okay.
I guess
All right, we will move on to our next presenter. This is Dr. Bephyer Parey, who is a postdoctoral fellow at the St. Augustine unit, and her research.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Natalie. Richard, so should we go ahead with Natalie?
Then she's back up quickly.
Okay, great.
All right.
Natalie, we can hear you.
Dr. Jones, you can hear us? Hello?
I think you guys are speaking, but I can't hear anything.
Oh,
I'm not sure what's going on my end because I was hearing just fine before.
Richard, can I ask you to touch bases with Natalie? And
yes, I will liaise with her. I will liaise with her. So we have to continue. I'll give her a call.
All right. Going back to my brief intro, Bephyer Parey's research interests include multidimensional poverty, social care, disability, and education. Her research involves primary data collection and the use of quantitative, qualitative, as well as mixed methods. Bephyer, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So just confirming that everyone can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So today I am presenting on work and persons with disabilities. I will briefly discuss the importance of work and the situation regarding work and persons with disabilities in general. Then I will present some research for Trinidad and Tobago before making recommendations for improving work opportunities for persons with disabilities. So work is important for all working age persons to gain financial independence, achieve satisfactory well-being and social inclusion. The absence of work or work opportunities among the general population have grave implications on several sustainable development goals. Of course, there are implications for achieving goal 8, which relates to decent work and economic growth, as well as other goals, for example, goals 1 to 3, the eradication of poverty and the achievement of zero hunger and good health and well-being. So I mentioned before that work is important for all working age persons, and this includes persons with disabilities. So in many countries, legislation and policies to promote equal work opportunities for persons with disabilities have been implemented. However, the work exclusion of persons with disabilities remain a global issue. So on this slide here, as you can see, for men and women without disabilities, so that's the gray dots and the black circles, there are higher employment to population ratios compared to men and women with disabilities. That is the yellow dots and the orange circles. And so what you see here is that the issue regarding work exclusion of persons with disabilities is not one part of the world phenomena, it is indeed a global issue. So linking the implications of the absence of work and work opportunities to the context of persons with disabilities, unemployment leads to a lack of, obviously, monetary and non-monetary benefits among persons with disabilities, and the absence of monetary benefits leads to relative poverty. And poverty and disability, as the literature shows, are related, and more so, it's a bidirectional relationship. So persons with disabilities who live in poverty are at greater risk of developing further disabilities. And then we have the absence of non-monetary benefits means psychological needs of persons with disabilities are not met. So there's also dependence on safety nets, whether they are more formal ones like grants from the government or informal safety nets, including support from NGOs. The important thing to note, though, is that these safety nets do not necessarily guarantee the achievement of adequate well-being. There is a lot of research on the extra cost of disability, which means these safety nets are sometimes insufficient to meet the needs of persons with disabilities. And this is actually one of the findings of previous research I did on well-being among persons with disabilities in the context of Trinidad. The Disability Assistance Grant does not support persons with disabilities to meet their basic needs. And then lastly, participation in society becomes more difficult for persons with disabilities, and the chances of them being excluded from aspects of society, including social and cultural activities, it does increase. On this slide is a bar chart with some of the well-being indicators from the previous research I just mentioned about. And what is evident is that more persons with disabilities who worked achieved various well-being indicators as compared to persons with disabilities who did not work. So the consequences of the absence of work opportunities for persons with disabilities have implications on development, not only for this subgroup, but among society on a whole. So what I'm going to do now is actually go through the theory a little bit regarding work and persons with disabilities. And there are several things that have to be considered. The models of disability, the organization of work itself, and the principles of capitalism, which is the current economic and political system. So starting with the models of disability, traditionally under the medical model of disability, persons with disabilities have been seen as incapable of work participation due to functional limitations. And the implication, as I already mentioned, include economic and social deprivations among them. The now dominant social model of disability has shifted focus away from the individual to the limitation imposed on them by society. So the emphasis is on removing barriers in order to generate inclusionary practices and policies. So policies have incorporated the language of inclusion, implying the adoption of social model solutions, and the key word there is implying. Unfortunately, the functional limitations of persons with disabilities remain the highlight when employment issues are addressed among them. And they also tend to be a focus on the supply side of work, while no attention is really paid to the environmental and cultural barriers inherent of capitalism. So when you think about it, capitalism is characterized by things like profit maximization, paid work, commodification, and competition among individuals. Because capitalism is characterized by these things, of course, persons with disabilities are going to be excluded. And so what perhaps needs to happen, as some scholars argue, is that there is need to consider principles such as social necessity, obligation, and interdependence. And over the years, what we have seen is shifts in how work has been organized. And so a perfect example is after World War II, work was organized according to the principles of social necessity, obligation, and interdependence. And what happened is that persons with disabilities were gainfully employed during those times. There was a shift afterwards, obviously, back to profit maximization and commodification. But the point is, given the shifts in work priorities over the years, work like disability is clearly socially constructed and can therefore change. So along these lines, many scholars, what they argue for is a reformulation of the meaning of work to support the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the workplace and generally. So right now, the other thing to consider is also the strong link between paid work and a sense of identity and citizenship. And the recommendation is for these two ideas to be uncoupled. And the reason is because we know that not all persons with disabilities can enter into paid work, whether it's a traditional or the newer capitalist system. And when I say newer capitalist system, I refer to the fact that technology has revolutionized modes of production. And even in those systems, persons with disabilities also tend to be excluded. So there are lots of ideas emerging from the theory, and just to summarize, the weak adoption of social model ideas, the need to reconsider the principles of work and a decoupling of work and a sense of identity. I mentioned before that legislation and policies to support the employment of persons with disabilities have been implemented already. What some studies indicate, though, is that employers' attitudes play a significant role, even when these legislation and policies are in place. And I spoke about the weak adoption of social model ideas in institutional frameworks. And what can be argued is that these frameworks are only supporting employers in their exclusionary practices. And as an example, with the existing institutional frameworks, employers are encouraged to provide accommodations for persons with disabilities. What they're not encouraged to do is to adopt a minimum accessibility standard. And it can also be argued that the terms undue burden or unjustifiable hardship are actually what employers default to avoid the provision of accommodations. So what I'm going to do now is share some findings from research I conducted for Trinidad and Tobago regarding employers' attitudes and concerns. So like attitudes, concerns are an important topic of investigation because studies show that employers' concerns are mostly a result of misconception and not really based on experiences with persons with disabilities. So on this slide, descriptive statistics for attitudes and concerns, and these indicate that employers' attitudes and concerns in Trinidad, well, the attitudes are ambivalent and the concerns are moderate. In terms of regression analysis, employers from companies with positions for persons with disabilities had more favorable attitudes and less concerns than employers from companies with no such positions for persons with disabilities. Another thing that was included in the model was disability policy, to see whether it had an impact on employers' attitudes and concerns. And this is on the right-hand side. As you can see, there was no impact if the company had a disability policy. So disability policy only had an effect when it was coupled with experiences with persons with disabilities. And on the slide here, again, the right-hand side, when we consider a disability policy and experiences with past employees with disabilities, employers had more favorable attitudes and lower concerns. So there was also a qualitative component to the study, and I looked specifically at the reasons for the attitudes. And so there were two main themes emerging, and they actually opposed each other. So on one hand, employers thought persons with disabilities should have an equal opportunity to work, similar to what international discourses promote. What they also thought was that the specific type and the extent of the disability, as well as the nature of the job and the environment in which the work tasks are undertaken, will determine suitability to be employed. And to an extent, they are correct, right? We already established that persons with disabilities will not all of them would be able to enter the workforce. What was noteworthy, though, was the likeness of the quotations related to job suitability to the national legislation. Another thing that emerged from the qualitative component was that employers recognized the importance of accommodations, but they highlighted that the cost was a hindrance. They also highlighted the link between paid work and personal identity, and what they recommended is that persons with disabilities need to find meaning outside of work. They didn't provide any suggestions in terms of how they do that, but yeah, that was their suggestion in terms of delinking or uncoupling paid work from personal identity. And so taking the theory and the results of my research into considerations, these are my recommendations for improving work and the inclusion generally of persons with disabilities. So the first is to encourage job positions at companies. And one possible way to do that is through regulation policies. And based on the literature, the monitoring of the implementation of these policies are just as important. So monitored regulation policies is my first recommendation. So secondly, there is a need to expand institutional frameworks. So as the findings show here, legislation impacts on employers' attitudes. Legislation should encourage employers to adopt a minimum accessibility standard, and there is also a need to clarify the ambiguities regarding undue burden and unjustifiable hardship. What does those two terms really mean? There is also a need to educate employers about disability types and accommodation items. So the literature indicates that when employers have more knowledge about disability types, they are more inclined to hire. Another thing I want to highlight is specific to Trinidad, the national policy recognizes that employers need awareness of accommodations, but the results here indicate that they have that awareness, and what is actually required is education about the different types of accommodation possibilities, something that is not mentioned in the national policy. And then lastly, I mentioned the need to decouple personal identity from work, and that all persons with disabilities would not be able to enter into paid work despite the system. That is despite whether it's a traditional capitalist system or a technologically revolutionized one. So there is a need to provide a basic income for persons with disabilities. So of course, there is one in Trinidad, there's one in like many countries, but as I already indicated, there's a lot of research on the extra cost of disability, and the basic income needs to take into consideration these extra costs. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bephyer. And so the struggle or the challenges involved in implementing persons with disability legislation continues across the region.
Across the world.
Across the world. Thanks for that qualification. Are there any comments, questions? Okay, well, I don't see any, but Bephyer, you have my full support there. I must just as a comment, I have in fact been seeing more companies, more supermarkets, in fact, here in Jamaica, employing more people with more hearing disabilities. And my next challenge is actually to learn how to sign, so I can actually communicate better with the packers and so on. So yes. Well, Sherry, who is going to get a star for participation today, actually has a question. Sherry, go ahead. Do you want to take the mic? Okay, Sherry's question is, any thoughts on entrepreneurship and disabilities?
So that's a good question. Sherry is not like my area of expertise, but I am aware that, and maybe Dr. Mohan could speak to this more, that I think generally in Trinidad and Tobago, maybe the Caribbean region, there is a need to develop entrepreneurship in terms of getting people involved in it. I know this was a point of discussion maybe like a few years ago. I don't know if it has changed or not, but specifically with regards to persons with disabilities, yes, I do agree that there is a need to probably find ways to ensure that persons with disabilities have the opportunity to become an entrepreneur if they want that, of course, right? Some persons may not. Some people would rather to be employed, or some persons may rather to not be employed at all, to not be involved in work, and would prefer the assistance from the government. Of course, it's a choice, right? But yeah, it's a good question, Sherry. Unfortunately, I can't speak to it fully, but I do agree that the opportunity should be available to persons with disabilities, just like everybody else, in terms of entrepreneurship.
Great, thank you very much. Catherine Agong is asking if she can have your contact details, Bephyer. Can I ask you to exchange?
Yes, I can do that in the chat. Thanks, Alison.
Great, thank you so much.
And thanks for the comments, Catherine, as well, in the chat.
Great. All right, now, is Natalie ready?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bephyer, and all the best. Natalie, you're muted.
Yes, I didn't want to open the mic until I was sure that. Are you seeing the presentation?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Sorry about earlier. I think I know what happened. I'm ashamed to admit what it was, but okay, so we'll move right along in the interest of time. So I will be presenting on migration, crises, policy options, and responses in Caribbean states. There's some punctuation that I inserted in the title, which makes it a little bit different from what is on the schedule. So the 2 commas, so that we know that we're not only talking about migration crises. This paper is based on a combination of different research projects that I've undertaken since maybe 2019. And the idea is to consider what I'm calling some relative truths. So the first is that historically, crises have shaped migratory patterns in the Caribbean. And if we think about from the first major wave in our pre-emancipation period of persons of African descent being forcibly transported to the region, that was a crisis of a shortage of labor, at least as presented by the colonial powers. So we've seen throughout our history a number of other crises, such as drought, as far back as the mid to late 19th century. And then Preeya would have mentioned the Mohan Commission, which had investigated very high levels of poverty in the region. And it's in that post-Mohan Commission, post-Second World War period that we see a number of persons emigrating and becoming part of this Windrush generation. So crises aren't new to the region, certainly. In fact, we could take an approach that says that crises actually have defined our historical trajectories. But in terms of migration in the post-independence context, Caribbean states have not crafted policy to address moments of crisis. At least that is what I want to talk through with this presentation. So just to very quickly define what is migration policy. This is a definition advanced from a paper that comparatively analyzes immigration policy in a number of destinations. Usually these comparative analyses actually exclude the Caribbean on the basis that we don't have a lot of data on the features that are being analyzed by the researchers. But governments make statements of what they intend to do or not do in order to select, admit, settle, or deport foreign citizens. And those statements of what they plan to do or don't do is what is considered to be migration policy. In the post-2030 agenda, migration policy is actually a very important element. SDG 10.7 speaks to states' intent to facilitate orderly, safe, and responsible migration and mobility of people, including through implementation of planned and well-managed migration policies. And in the global context, states have responded to this call through different mechanisms, the most popular ones being the Global Compact on Safe and Orderly Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees. So SDG 10, based on work undertaken by the IOM through its migration governance framework, is grounded in these three principles and 3 objectives. So for this presentation, I'm mostly focusing on objective 2, which is good migration governance based on effective responses to the mobility dimensions of crises, and to a limited extent using evidence and whole of government approaches to migration. Now, this IOM governance framework is useful in the sense that it presents a descriptive analysis of the ways that states have implemented migration policy. However, based on the current work available through the MyGov, only 2 Caribbean states have been assessed. That's because the data is not available for the others, and the 2 are Belize and Jamaica. The other issue in terms of the MyGov, as I said, it's a descriptive, well, from my reading, more of a descriptive analysis. And what I hope to present this morning, or well, afternoon, is a explanation of the policy approaches taken by Caribbean states in respect of 3 specific issues. So I'm going to look at the response to climate change, the response to the Venezuelan migration crisis, and COVID-19. So we'll get to that in a bit. But before that, just to describe what is the migration policy state. And this is a term I'm just encountering, and I hope to be able to explore some more in my research. But so Metla coined this term in 2016, and basically she's arguing that the policy context we have today is influenced by historical decisions, and I think that it's a very logical argument. What I propose in terms of my analysis of the policy scape in the region, which is consistent with what other institutional authors have proposed is that migration governance in Caribbean states is weak. And I added generally characterized by inaction. Now, this is specific to two main areas. One is limited ratification of international treaties, which I've written on in the past, and few migration or diaspora policies in place. So Jamaica has a migration and development policy. I think it's the only country in the Anglophone Caribbean that does have one. And then St. Vincent has a diaspora policy. Jamaica recently did some work to finish up its diaspora policies, but despite the fact that migration is a definitive component or element of our culture, governments have not been proactively responsive to this phenomenon in our culture by developing appropriate frameworks, right? So no migration and no diaspora, or few rather, migration and diaspora policies. What is, however, different or distinct from that characterization of inaction is that there has been a lot of work done with respect to initiatives to attract high net worth individuals. So the Eastern Caribbean states were amongst the first in the world to develop these citizenship by investment programs. And this is possibly the area with the most activity in terms of development of migration policy in the region. So what explains this? I propose that in post-independent Caribbean states, the preoccupation in the policy space, at least within the context of migration, has been over concerns of labor, primarily oversupply of labor. So if you look at the policies that have been framed in the past, it has largely been responsive to the fact that there is high unemployment in the region and we need to get rid of this high employment. And how do we do that? Because we don't have employment here, we're going to send all these people overseas. And we see that even today in terms of the seasonal agricultural workers program that have been utilized, especially in Jamaica, but also in some countries in the Eastern Caribbean. And I also argue that what would address that is a policy response that addresses deeper development concerns shaping migration. So if we think about health, poverty, environmental degradation, those are really the things, if we're thinking of a whole of government approach or whole of government response to policy development in migration, that should be addressed by governments. We've been talking a lot since this morning about capacity constraints in SIDS, and this is certainly also true in the migration policy space, where lack of policy is generally reflective of the inability to design, implement, measure, and monitor based on human and financial and technical resource constraints. So what are the policy options? These are some, not all, that states typically use to manage migration. So you may introduce visa regimes to attract highly skilled individuals or temporary workers, or you may also use visa regimes to limit the arrivals of certain populations that you don't wish coming into your country any longer. There's also policy that is aimed at integrating non-nationals, and this is very important in countries where there is a significant cultural difference between population groups. And so the aim is to ensure cohesion between the different groups. Asylum procedures, which is one of the main areas of deficit in this region. So you have both legal and policy procedures in place to protect the interests or rights of migrants who may wish to claim asylum. So policy for family reunification, amnesties and regularization for undocumented populations. And then the last one, migration controls, which I don't discuss at length, but probably just to say that this is one of the tools that is being used now by European countries with low fertility rates. So they're preventing people from leaving. Should the Caribbean be considering this for certain groups of skilled immigrants like teachers and nurses and doctors who have been going in large numbers. So the first area that I look at in terms of what has Caribbean states been response to these issues is climate change and disasters. And in previous work and a current paper, if I can get to finish it, is a review of disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management policies, as well as states' national communications to the United Nations Framework Convention. And I looked at these documents and essentially assessed the degree to which they reflected concerns for migration, mobility, or displacement. And to a very large degree, there is no reflection of these issues in the DRM and DRR policies that are available online. And this is a shock for me. It was a shocking finding because we know in the region that disasters, especially hydrometeorological disasters like hurricanes, have had a significant impact on displacement. And we saw more recently in 2017 and 2019 in Dominica and the Bahamas, respectively, where entire islands had to be evacuated. So the policies refer to evacuation as a measure, but not establishing a relationship between migration, mobility, and displacement. What we do see, however, is that there are the free movement regimes in CARICOM and the OECS, though not designed to address forced displacement, have evolved to respond to cross-border movements post-disaster. And this is an important evolution that has been lauded by international organizations, and work has actually been ongoing to more formalize this through a policy on climate change and disasters within the context of human mobility. So if we think back to that question that I asked earlier about, or the statement that I made about states making limited policy initiatives or being inactive, this is probably one of the areas where we see innovation or evolution, despite the deficits mentioned earlier. So the second area that I wanted to look at is a migration crisis. We had the environmental issue before, and what just to give a little bit of background, since 2014, 3.9 million people have left Venezuela. That's more than the population of Jamaica and more than most of the populations in the region, except in maybe Haiti, and I think Cuba. So 3.9 million people have left Venezuela, and they've gone on to other countries in the American hemisphere, including islands in the Southern Caribbean, so Aruba, Curacao, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the Dominican Republic. What this crisis has emphasized is that there is a deficient migrant protection space, especially in relation to persons who may wish to seek asylum. This has to do with the fact that the countries that are the most popular destinations for Venezuelans have, most of them have not ratified the 1951 Refugee Convention or the 1967 Protocol. Or if they have ratified, they don't have an adequate policy in place to establish asylum procedure to review claims for asylum. And so what has been the typical response to migrants coming in, whether they wish to claim asylum or not, is that they're detained and summarily deported. So as I said before, there's no mechanism to review claims for asylum, and there is lack of socioeconomic integration of vulnerable migrants. Now that is actually changing. I've been involved in an OAS project that we're still at it because we're currently in the process of doing the report. But what the report shows is that there has been an attempt to register these undocumented migrants and provide opportunities, although limited, for legal pathways to regularization. And some have been able to work. So in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, once you have registered with the government, you are now eligible to work. So imagine coming from Venezuela in the jurisdictions that they were traveling to, they would not have been able to provide for themselves. Just thus contributing to this whole hysteria and discourse around crisis and states being unable to manage high numbers of people arriving, which has, I guess, some merit. Aruba and Curacao, based on their size, had the first and third largest numbers of displaced Venezuelans in the whole world. So this is relative to their size, arriving in 2019. So this again highlights, as I mentioned earlier, the capacity constraints of states, because the general argument is they're unable to meet the needs of these large number of arrivals. And so the final area that I'm looking at, which is the most recent innovations that we've seen, and I am hesitant to label it as a high point for migration policy, but we've seen where a number of governments across the region, so in the Dutch and Anglophone, non-independent territories in particular, the development of this digital nomad visa, which is in response to the declines in tourism arrivals. So they've created these special regimes where persons from overseas can apply to reside in their countries for a period of up to a year, with possibility of extension for some, them and their families, to work remotely in these countries. So this has been one of the most recent innovations. However, what it highlights, that should be COVID-19. What it highlights is that these countries are very vulnerable to shifts in mobility, mobility here being the tourism, and that where they have deployed border control measures, this has been to their detriment. So policy can have both negative and positive effects, and what the COVID-19 pandemic is highlighting is both the positive and negative effects of policy changes. So what does this all tell us, just to conclude? Well, the policy scape is weak. Policy responses have been varied in response to select crises affecting the region. And the SIDS have demonstrated resilience by pivoting in crisis through policy design and evolution. However, they have been selective with policy options available to respond to crises. So I had briefly touched on the emigration of highly skilled populations, being the nurses, teachers, etc. Governments have not implemented migration controls to address these, but they have gone ahead and done these other policies that I mentioned to encourage, for example, persons to travel to their countries through the digital nomad visa. So there appears to be more flexibility with sudden onset crises, which is what I would have looked at in the 3 examples, rather than the slow onset crises. So the crises of, or a protracted crises of high unemployment in the region, for example, or even since climate change has both sudden and slow onset issues, the slow onset issue of rising sea level for low coastal countries, there's been little to no response in that area. So contingent on the above, migration policy response is not always consistent with responses in other policy spheres. And that climate change issue is one where we see this large disparity or inconsistency, because Caribbean states have been the most vocal and the most quoted advocates for climate change, but notwithstanding that, there is this gap in the migration policy space to respond to climate-induced migration. So I'll stop there. Thank you for listening. And for those who may wish to get my contacts, my email is there and my Twitter handle as well.
Thank you so much, Natalie. And yes, you have addressed Sherry's request for your contact information. She also asked a question about dealing with migrants in a humane way, because they're usually the most vulnerable populations. But I think you also addressed some of that in the context of the sort of response that Trinidad and Tobago is doing with regard to the Venezuelan migrants in particular. Are there any more questions? But thank you so much for that. I like the whole historicization of the migrant issue. I do believe that the movement of people has underpinned so much of our whole global evolution. I still firmly believe that migration policy, or the lack thereof, is what underpinned Brexit, and has been a sore area for the Caribbean. But are there any more questions? I take silence as no more questions. So we move on. Thank you so much, Natalie. On to our next presenter, Dr. Dacia Leslie, who is Research Fellow and Chair of the Crime Prevention and Offender Management Research Cluster at the Mona Unit. Dacia's research focuses on the lived experiences of inmates, ex-prisoners, removed migrants, and their child dependents. And her teaching focuses on development studies with specialization in monitoring and evaluation. Dacia, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alison. Good afternoon, everyone. Alison, thank you so much for that introduction, and thanks to Natalie for her interesting presentation. Today, I would like to kind of reopen the conversation of witness care in Jamaica. This is sort of a conversation we started in 2019 when SALISES was approached by the Justice Undertakings for Social Transformation Project, Global Affairs Canada, to assist with the organization and hosting of Jamaica's first witness care conference, which was held on July 20th at the Faculty of Law here at the University of the West Indies Mona campus, of course, under the patronage of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. At the time, I was a lead rapporteur and later became a principal investigator of an evolving project, which resulted in the development of an integrated strategic plan to tackle the issue of low witness participation. So the Integrated Strategic Plan is an extremely important document, and it remains relevant given the worsening violent crime situation in Jamaica, but which seems to have found a usual place on a shelf. So apologies to everyone who came to hear about recidivism in the Caribbean, which is a connected but slightly different conversation that I will hopefully have in March at a book launch. Here at SALISES, we aim to undertake research that responds to industry and government demands, which is, of course, part and parcel of the UA's AAA strategy, and particularly pillar B of alignment. So today, I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about the strategic plan. And I will do so by first, kind of giving you some background context of the plan. 1 second, right. So I'll give you some background context, and we'll kind of sort of give you an overview of what exactly are the socio-legal and criminological implications of low witness participation. Then I will
Dacia, you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, so I'm just going to give you a background, talk about some of the socio-legal and criminological implications of low witness participation. Then we look a little bit at the Trinidad and Tobago best practice model. And then we can sort of explore some of the key challenges identified coming out of the conference, the solutions and the next steps. Right, so we'll do that in the next 15 minutes or so. All right, so of course, it's no secret that the murder rate in Jamaica is high. We have a murder rate of approximately 48 and a category 1 crime rate of 224, and that's per 100,000 population, right? Of course, this in some ways continues to pose a challenge to growth and development in Jamaica. The murder rate, when we talk about it being high, when we look at the world average homicide rate of 9.63%, then we kind of have some understanding of how high this is, right? It's therefore no understatement to say that the situation is dire and it requires an urgent and coordinated national and regional response, since the issues at hand transcend geographical borders, partly as a result of globalization. So the Jamaican state has been responding, albeit the public is still unclear about the extent to which the responses have been effective. And this is partly due to the lack of effective monitoring and evaluation. What we know is that the responses tend to be on the front end of the criminal justice process, which is actually a good practice if we think about it in terms of primary crime prevention. But when the responses are disjointed and they tend to overlook the importance of a sort of systems approach to achieving a just, peaceful, and cohesive Jamaican society, then the courts and the correctional facilities are left behind. Based on the table on the screen, you will see that there is an increase in the case congestion rate, which is already quite high. The higher the case congestion rate, the more burdensome the caseload and the longer it takes to dispose cases, right? So we know that the pandemic has had a hand to play in the increase, but we also know that low witness participation plays a key role. While the cause of violent crime in Jamaica is quite complex and multidimensional, stemming from issues of inequality or exclusion, SALISES is saying that low witness participation needs to be given greater priority as a justice and citizen security issue if, as a nation, we are serious about addressing the current crime situation. Of course, for those of us who are acquainted with the criminological or socio-legal literature, we know that the successful prosecution and adjudication of unlawful acts depend on witnesses who are supported to testify openly and without fear of punishment, right? So in response to this recognized need, we had the Witness Care Conference in 2019 with the support of over 100 justice partners. The resulting integrated strategic plan therefore represents quite a participatory approach to coming up with the solutions to problems which we know very well. It represents the experiences, local knowledge, and wisdom of all the stakeholders who participated in the conference. Of course, with the kind support of Global Affairs Canada, with the assistance of the United Nations Development Program. So the photo that you're seeing on the slide was taken on day one of the conference. The conference found Trinidad and Tobago's approach to client-centered care to be very instructive in a number of respects, right? The approach has three components, namely organizational restructuring, modernization of court services and technology, targeted customer care services. Linked to these three components were 5 performance indicators, including expedition and timeliness, and 5 impacting factors, including customized building and facilities. So some best practices that we can draw from the experience of Trinidad and Tobago might include wraparound services, which are multi-agency support, services established at each court location. Audio-visual communications technology were used by them, and it seems to be proving useful to conduct hearings and digital video recordings of the witness interviews, which have been admitted as evidence in chief. Institutionalization of special rooms for children is also one of those best practices that we can seek to adapt here in the Jamaican context. For a list of other practices, I'm hoping Richard can drop the document in the chat. You will find a range of options on pages 29 to 30 of the integrated strategic plan. So unlike Caribbean countries like Bahamas and Bermuda, a formal witness care program does not exist in Jamaica. However, there are elements of care or assistance measures evidenced in various criminal and social justice interventions in operation or currently in the pipeline. Of note are the services provided by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who has a witness care unit. The Ministry of National Security has under its belt the Witness Protection Program, and there is a Victim Services Division that provides opportunities for healing and therapeutic intervention. However, the reach, scope, and dosage of these interventions are affected by a number of challenges, not excluding some of the challenges mentioned at the conference, which included trial uncertainty, where participants felt that the problem of trial uncertainty was more acute in situations where witnesses had to remain in their usual place of residence and in the same community, working at the same place. In many instances, witnesses tend to opt out of their duty because of not wanting to lose their jobs due to absence from work, and this remains a real concern, right? There were also difficulties enforcing the child justice guidelines. It was noted by conference participants that while a number of the judges were trained in the child justice guidelines, its application was a bit problematic, and mention was made that the economic factors impacting infrastructure limited the full application of the guidelines to ensure the best possible outcome. So some of the locally identified solutions included improving access through infrastructural improvement, for example, more access ramps. And of course, you know that this is important for persons with disabilities, and signage to facilitate ease of access for all court users. There is the importance of having specially trained personnel. The example was given of training police officers in interviewing techniques, particularly as it relates to children and other vulnerable witnesses. Of course, these solutions would be implemented towards the vision of the integrated strategic plan. And you can see the vision on the slide, the vision of having a client-focused and accountable world-class service that emboldens all witnesses to come forward, having eliminated the barriers to their effective participation in a harmonized, equitable, and gender-responsive justice process that delivers the best possible results for victims, their families, and communities. And so towards achieving this vision, the goal agreed upon at the conference for witness care in Jamaica was to increase witness participation and ultimately public safety in Jamaica. So linked to this goal and vision are 4 expected outcomes are shown on the slide. So for example, activities listed under outcome 3, integrated services provided to child users. Of course, outcomes include the non-wearing of uniform by police officers in the family court. And this was linked to the strategy centered on creating more child-friendly and gender-sensitive justice environments. Linked to this is the broader action of strengthening legislative and policy frameworks. For example, the establishment of a witness charter. I saw recently UNDP advertised for a revision, a consultant to revise the victims charter. Of course, there needs to be proportionate implementation of special measures across the island, and especially in rural areas, so that we don't exclude court users who live in the rural areas. But the full list of strategic actions and activities you can find them on page 32 to 46 of the integrated strategic plan. So the significance of this integrated strategic plan, which captures best practices in witness care across the Caribbean region is sort of fourfold. 1, it charts a new path towards eliminating barriers to witness participation. It provides a blueprint for coordinated national action, right? And of course, it is, in a sense, it not only draws on evidence, but it emphasizes the importance of evidence-based decision making. So we are lacking in that area. So the need to use more effective monitoring and evaluation to inform our next steps or the options we have available to us is desperately needed. So some important next steps would be to include the defined governance structure for the implementation of the integrated strategic plan, which the strategy itself proposed. This will necessarily include the establishment of a multi-agency witness care network with representatives that would serve as liaison between the respective partners. Of course, the conversation continues. The Crime Prevention and Offender Management Research Cluster, which I chair, has a meeting with the minister this Thursday. So I'm hoping we can get somewhere towards, working out how this plan can be implemented, since it has been on the shelf for 3 years now, almost 4 years. So yes, and so it's, at this point, I would really like to thank the Minister of Justice. They have been named the stewards of the plan, but of course, implementation won't be possible without all the justice partners. So like to just go ahead and thank the Honorable Minister, and hopefully we will have a fruitful conversation on Thursday. So again, many thanks to all the contributors and partners of the Witness Care Integrated Strategic Plan, and particularly the project team here at SALISES, Richard, Cara, everybody who made it possible, Orin, who did all the beautiful graphic work. I'm particularly grateful for my graduate students, Tanya and Althea, who they have taken on elements of the plan as their life work, MPhil, PhD work. Of course, I must thank our university director, Professor Aldrie Henry Lee, for her permissions and support, which allows us as fellows to pursue impactful yet ambitious projects like these, many times in the absence of financial gain, but which provides some sense of hope that the research we do here at SALISES will be converted in a format that can transform lives. With that said, these are my few words on SALISES Research for Development. Thank you for listening, and I welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you so much, Dacia. Are there any questions? That was fascinating. But if I can lead the question and answer session, is the region too small for witness protection program? Should we be cooperating with the countries external to the region?
Well, of course, I don't think the region is too small. We do have a witness protection program, active one in Jamaica. But the issue here is that there needs to be some element of care that not only looks at the physical security of witnesses. So elements of care that we're talking about is even after persons have gone through the process, there needs to be some post-release follow-up with these persons. But not only that, some simple things like, case progression, having an officer call to say when a hearing has been delayed and so on. There are some simple things that we can do. And I do believe that external partners are willing and ready and able to partner with us. We certainly have a lot of experts working here in Jamaica who bring their experience from Bahamas and Bermuda to, which we can use to inform the process. The issue right now, in my view, is implementation or political will. So I think we have, there is willingness to partner externally. I think partners are willing to provide the resources needed to make it happen. Like I said, the conference was supported by Global Affairs Canada with the assistance of United Nations Development Program. But I suppose one thing that is missing is the research advocacy. And it's kind of something that we're kind of trying to do here at SALISES now that we have placed this on the research agenda, because there are no studies done on witness participation that we know of in the Caribbean. Not a comparative one, not a Jamaican one. So it's new to the agenda. So it's something that we need to do first and foremost, so that we can present the evidence to show how bad things are. The Economic and Social Survey of Jamaica provides very preliminary indicators of the congestion rate or clearance rate, but we need some more statistics. And so I do believe this conference opened up the avenue for the conversation regarding deepened partnerships with external partners or persons with interest. But just to say, the conference was, it had a number of partners externally. So external partnerships, it's not an issue.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. This is definitely a very important work, and I do hope it finds its way onto the CARICOM head's agenda at some stage as well. Okay, are there any more questions for Dr. Leslie? I mean, I'm blown away by this work, but yep, Deeply appreciated. Okay, going once, going twice. It would seem that there are no more questions this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Take care. And we shall move on to our last, but certainly, I mean, a champion in her own right, Professor Aldrie Henry Lee, who is a sociologist who has researched and published extensively on social policy issues in small island developing states. Her research focuses on poverty, child well-being, health and crime, and her work has included the examination of social issues in St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent, the Turks and Caicos Islands, the BVI, Jamaica, and Belize. She's truly Caribbean. She's also the chair of the annual Caribbean Child Research Conference, which is one of the signature events hosted by SALISES and development partners. Prof, over to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Alison, for this warm introduction, very lengthy, but very happy for it. Okay, so I have to apologize, first of all, for not being on for the entire day. I have been traveling, almost never made it back to Jamaica today, but I'm happy to be part of it. I am so proud to listen to Dr. Leslie and her impactful work. We at SALISES do quite a bit of work informing and influencing the policy process. So we are very happy to have examples like of the work that Dr. Leslie is doing. So today I'm going to talk about some preliminary thoughts on climate change and pandemics implications for child development. And my problem statement is that child development is affected by genetic and environmental factors during a pandemic and a natural disaster. Children's lives are disrupted. This disruption will have both short-term and long-term effects on childhood. Unless immediate and targeted responses are implemented, there may be irreversible damage on the quality of the lives that children enjoy. So why invest in children? There are lots of studies, mostly in the developed countries, but right here in Jamaica, we got an example of the beneficial returns of investment in children. Gutler et al. Talked about intervention, which included weekly visits of community health workers over a 2-year period that taught parenting skills and encouraged mothers and children to interact in ways that develop cognitive and socio-emotional skills. And they found that 20 years later, that intervention increased earnings by 25%, enough for them to catch up with the non-stunted comparison group, because these group, the intervention was done with growth stunted Jamaican toddlers. So we have enough research to tell us that we need to invest in children. So what is this child development that we are speaking about? Child development refers to a sequence. There are several definitions, but child development refers to the sequence of physical, language, thought, and emotional changes that occur in a child from birth to the beginning of childhood. There are several factors, as I said in the problem statement, that affect childhood. Genetics, nutrition, very important there, especially in the early stages, the formative years 0 to 8, socioeconomic status and the environment, the home, and other social institutions, cultural norms and practices, and non-man-made factors, which we will look at a little later. And there are several skills. For the interest of time, I won't go line by line, but we know that when we speak about child development, we're talking about the involvement of cognitive skills, social interaction and emotional regulation, speech and language, physical, sensory awareness. So there are lots of skills that involved in the process of child development. Now we are celebrating Sir Arthur Lewis through this exhibition of our work. So I want us to remember that Arthur Lewis understood the social in the economics, and he himself spent time talking about the social conditions in the Caribbean in his work, Labor in the West Indies, and he emphasized the role of education in sustainable development. So it is not, we are trying to live up to his excellent legacy by trying to find policy recommendations for sustained economic growth. So my research questions today: what is the impact of the current pandemic on child development in the Caribbean? What is the impact of climate change on child development in the Caribbean? What are the policy implications of the double burden of pandemic and climate change on child development in the Caribbean? And this is preliminary work, so we have only 2 case studies of St. Vincent and Haiti. I did manage to interview a teacher in Haiti, but I depend heavily on secondary data, and I am ongoing with my elite interviews. So we have spoken so much about the positive effects of the pandemic, but sometimes we have to pause, and look at the positive effects. There are some positive effects of the pandemic. I believe that it gave us more time to spend with the family. Some families grew closer together. There was reduced transportation expenditure for some families, especially the poorer ones, an opportunity to reassess one's priority in favor of placing one's family up front, increased altruistic behavior towards the vulnerable in the society. People came together and tried to help those who are vulnerable in a very significant way. Of course, the negative effects are many, and I only mentioned some here. Unequal access to education, deepening of the social class divide, disruption in the integrative function of the school, increased food insecurity, increased mental health issues, reduced physical and exercise and play. And that is very key for me, because you know how important it is for children to just run up and down and develop their motor skills. Reduced opportunity to report instances or experiences of child abuse, etc. And Power 2021 outlined some of the indirect effects of the pandemic. So we have children missing out on health checkups and vaccination routines, disrupted access to sexual and reproductive health services, increased number of maternal deaths due to reduced access to antenatal care. The climate change has a negative impact on children, and UNICEF has summed it up in this quotation, which I will give to you now. The impacts of climate change put almost every child at risk. Climate and environmental hazards are having devastating impacts on the well-being and future of children. This is a crisis that threatens their health, nutrition, education, development, survival, and future, end of quote. Now we are going to look at Haiti and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they are very similar. They face vulnerabilities, economic vulnerabilities, social, political, and environmental. And I put in red some of the data that I would like to highlight, that although they are different in size, population size, and geographical size, they have the same level of vulnerability. So if you look at the poverty rate, for Haiti, it's at 59, but St. Vincent and the Grenadines is not doing so well. They're at 30%. The Gini coefficient is the same for the 2 countries. We have public sector debt to GDP ratio high in Haiti and even higher in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I just put in the number of COVID cases, which I checked today, 28,875 for Haiti and 6,685 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The vaccination coverage is low, only 1% for Haiti and 30% for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So these are countries which, despite the difference in size, they face the same level of vulnerabilities. In terms of child data, they both ratify the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which means that they made the commitment to protect, to provide, and to allow children to participate effectively in their countries. They have a high level of youth population. Life expectancy is lower in Haiti. You will find, of course, that compared to any country in the Caribbean, Haiti fares worse. So Haiti has the 51.77 for infant mortality. This is the highest in the Caribbean. St. Vincent, although 13 looks good, it's not good enough. Primary school enrollment is 58% for Haiti and 94% for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There is an organization that looks at the realization of rights in different countries, Humanium, and they find that in Haiti, the situation is very difficult and for children, and they have found that there are noticeable problems in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So when we start looking at what actually happened in these countries, because we are looking at climate change and pandemics. St. Vincent and the Grenadines actually had a triple burden, where they had the volcanic eruption, they had the hurricane, and they have the pandemic. So between April 4th and 22nd, 2021, they experienced a volcanic eruption in the middle of a pandemic, and also a dengue outbreak, which they had not experienced. I think it was 20 years ago they had experienced such an outbreak of dengue. Then they had the passage of Hurricane Elsa in July 2021. So what were the effects? Well, pandemic and volcanic eruption pose several risks. Increased risk for children, moving children to shelters. You know what that means in terms of risk and exposure to harm, increased isolation, hunger, fear, and mental health challenges. Impact worse, of course, for the more vulnerable children, and we could spend an entire presentation looking at children living in poverty, children living with disabilities, and we know that girls tend to be more at risk when you move to shelters and when they are natural disasters. The human capital investment, of course, was affected in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we know the importance of human capital investment in children. And UNDP August 2021 which reports on the impact of the volcanic eruption, spoke about the damage, the physical damage to schools, the school closures, and also spoke about the reduced access to good quality water and sanitation. There was a deterioration in mental health, reduced access to preventive and reproductive health services, and increased food insecurity. I want to say that food insecurity is very key, because we know, as I said earlier on, the importance of nutrition for the development of the brain, especially in the early years. And I just want to quote a mother of a 1-month-old baby in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She speaks about the time when she was pregnant and the time right afterwards. And I quote, "It was not an easy time, because I was constantly worried about what would happen if the eruption came while I was in labor. Also, suppose it erupted suddenly and I was not able to get out with my daughter." End of quote. Very serious mental situation for mothers. There's a deepening of poverty in Haiti. So we had what we call collective grief, as poor and marginalized Haitians are mourning the prospects of their life bettering, with this pandemic coming after a string of very difficult years. And whenever we speak of Haiti, somebody spoke about crisis. I think it was Natalie earlier on. I believe that Haiti is always in crisis mode. And so this pandemic, there's always a natural disaster, there's always something happening in Haiti which does not help them towards the attainment of sustainable development growth. And so you say that it's guaranteed, and I complete the quote, that they will be pushed back into even deeper poverty. And again, they speak about the food insecurity due to the parents' loss of income and school closures. And in Haiti, what adds to that situation, which makes it worse for children, is the civil unrest. I think you would have known about the assassination and the abductions that take place in Haiti. And UNICEF noted that they had to help at least 1.9 million children amidst the social unrest, etc. And they note the continued violation of children's rights, especially the physical, mental health, and education. And what is of concern is the hunger, the growing hunger in Haiti. And I quote, "The number of children suffering from severe acute childhood malnutrition has more than doubled, increasing from 41,000 last year to an estimated 86,000 children in this year." And that's the UNICEF rep in Haiti. And he says there are about 217,000 Haitian children ages 6 to 59 months, who now suffer from acute malnutrition, end of quote. And insecurities have increased. We have a widening gap between the students from the privileged and the marginalized backgrounds in Haiti. And we have, again, the Global Center for the Whole Child is warning us about the negative long-term effects of school closures. We know what happens when children do not have access to education. And my respondent, I will quote her more in the paper when I eventually write it, speaks about the distant learning has contributed to, this is the teacher from a kindergarten establishment in Haiti. She says that the distant learning has contributed to increased inequalities in learning and performance. And she says for many children with learning disabilities, attention deficits, bilingualism, etc., it is complicated. And she notes that it's going to have long-term effects on children and childhood. And in the midst of all of this, we have child abductions, and we quote again, nowhere is safe for children in Haiti anymore, whether it is on their way to school or at home or even at church. Girls and boys at risk of being kidnapped anywhere, at any time of day or night. This is every parent's worst nightmare. And I end the quote. So what do I want to say? I know the time is going. I conclude looking very briefly at this preliminary data that pandemics and climate change present threats that negatively affect child development. Human capital investment in children is disrupted with possible irreversible negative consequences. Children will less likely be able to develop the necessary skills, and remember the skills we spoke of earlier on, for sustained development of their countries. So what should we do? Oh, there are lots of policy recommendations, and I'm pleased that all the speakers before me were all giving us recommendations at the end of the presentation. So what are some of the short-term policy recommendations? Well, in Haiti, social and political stability have a paramount importance. We have to get it right where the politics is concerned, where the social stability is concerned. This social unrest must stop, not only for children, but for every citizen in Haiti. Control of the pandemic, I mean, I know it's controversial, but maybe we need to push for increased vaccination rates. You saw how low they were. Direct help to the children, malnutrition in both countries. I gave you direct quotes about how the children will have exposed to increased hunger. Immediate access to education. We need every child everywhere in St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Haiti having access to education. So we need to ensure that we do that as soon as possible. Increase access to health services, immunization, child-friendly sanitation services, the electronic devices, not only for education, but even in terms of transmitting material, health promotion material. We need those devices in the remotest part of the two countries. Access to electricity, whenever there's a natural disaster, they have lost electricity. Some places in Haiti have not yet recovered electricity, and internet and testing, vaccination, grief coping services. I don't think we spend a lot of time on that, but we certainly need to think about increasing both parents and both adults and children's access to grief coping services. The training of teachers to deal with this new online mode was one of the things that my interviewee from Haiti spoke about, and parental support, psychosocial support for parents. Parents are having it very bad. It's very, very bad for parents in terms of dealing with their own stresses with the pandemic and the natural disasters and having to help their children to cope. Of course, in both countries, as you would have seen, I didn't go into detail about the debt to GDP ratio, but they are very high. The St. Vincent has borrowed even more now just because they want to give more social protection. And so we need to think of ways to have those two countries, and I know Haiti has a whole historical dimension that we can spend the whole afternoon talking about, and why the economy is in that state and why they're still paying back the debt for their freedom, etc. And so we have to spend some time looking at the economies and ensuring that they become more stable. And my interviewee spoke about the need for focus on agriculture. She really believes that that we need to spend some time on national agricultural production. Some of the long-term policy recommendations, which I have a lot here, but I'll try to wrap up quickly. The reform of the education and health systems to meet the needs of all groups of children. As I said to you, they are children with different abilities, and we need to ensure that we are not leaving any child behind, especially since we are focusing on the UN 2030 agenda. We don't want to leave any child behind. Improves transformational social protection for children and families. The social protection we provide now is not very transformational. We need to make sure that they become more independent, they are self-sustaining, etc. Climate action, that is a global level thing. Of course, these recommendations could be divided into macro, meso, and micro, and maybe I'll do that in the next round. But certainly we need some global attention to climate action because we know that the developing countries are more at risk than others. With social cohesion and stability, we need to provide support for community-based efforts. There are some very good examples in the two countries of communities coming together to help one another, and I certainly would spend some time. I think we need to look at the examples of community-based efforts to deal with the negative impact of the pandemic. And that could be a paper in itself. So who will implement all of this change? Of course, in Haiti, it has to begin with the Haitians themselves. They must demand more of their state. Of course, CARICOM needs to be more involved in what's happening in Haiti, and the international community must do a better job in Haiti. Certainly debt relief is one of the things that comes to mind for both countries. They really shouldn't be paying any debt. Anyway, we must remember that children are also to be transformational change agents. We must never see them as objects. They're actually able to move and make recommendations. And if you attend the Caribbean Child Research Conference, you will be surprised at how eloquent they are, much better than all of us who have spoken today. So we need transformational education, which emphasizes critical thinking, innovation, oral and written expression that makes children be able to visualize their futures and realize those futures. So we need to focus on child development if we want sustained development in the Caribbean and the fulfillment of the UN 2030 agenda. I could speak for the rest of the afternoon about children, but I will stop here and hand over to Ms. Fung. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Very sobering data, very impactful, of course. And as you say, we can continue talking about this for the rest of the afternoon, maybe for the rest of, well, January is at an end. I was going to say month, but there are a few questions in the chat. Catherine Agong is asking, in relation to your work, when does adulthood begin? Because I know this is a variable.
18. So a child is 0 to 17. So once you're 18, of course, we have some contradictions when it comes to age, because we say that children are criminally responsible at 12. They give sexual consent at 16. And yet they can vote at 18. So, you know, we advocates, children's advocates always have problems when we try to navigate those age dimensions. But a child, as the Convention on the Rights of the Child would define an individual age less than 18 years.
Okay, thank you. And Sherry Peterson is asking, what is the role of parents, schools, program in helping build resilience in our children? And I know that this is a whole topic in itself.
Yes, but increasingly, you know, the convention says that the primary care of children belongs to the parents. So the parents are responsible for taking care of their children, and they are supposed to be supported by the state, because the parents are also rights holders and need to be supported in taking care of children. That's what the convention says. But increasingly, especially during the pandemic, I am beginning to see parents also as victims of the pandemic. And we have to think very carefully of how we can provide more psychosocial support for them, because especially with those who have children with disabilities, you know, we are doing a study. I can't talk about all of the findings, but one of the things that we note is that they are crying out for help. the parents of children with disabilities. They want somewhere where they could vent. They want somewhere where they could call and get somebody to support them and give them a kind word, because people always think about the children, but they don't think about the parents. So I think we need more support for parents, psychosocial support, social, I don't know, support lines, helplines 24/7, where you could call and say, oh no, I'm getting tired of this child. If you don't help me now, I'll do something to the child. That's why we have proper punishment too, because the parents are so much under stress. I'm not excusing everything, but I certainly think we need not only to focus on the children, but on the parents.
Yes, of course, and with COVID exacerbating all of that as well. Now, there's a third question, which I think is broader than your presentation too, Prof. And Terry Ann is asking, given that we are 8 years shy of the 2030 mark, should there be, or has there been a reassessment of the way forward as it relates to transforming education? That's very, very wide, Terry Ann. And I think that will deserve a conference or a research forum all by itself.
Yes, leave no one behind. That is the premise of the UN 2030 agenda. But we know that we are shy of less than 10 years to fulfill all of those targets. We will not, I'm not saying it without hesitation, I'm saying we will not fulfill all those SDGs. And what we have to think about is how much can we do before 2030, but we will not. Education is a very difficult and topic, because again, as Alison says, there's the education for me is not only the formal education, but the informal education. I think the entire education sector needs transformation. We need to be radical. I think too many exams. I mean, I don't want to get started, but too many exams, and we certainly have to help our children to think. We have to help them to be critical thinkers, to reason, and the way the education is right now, we are not building that kind of capacity. We want them to pass this, even the GSAT and the PEP and all of this nonsense. They should really be a natural progression through school. But I could go on. Definitely the entire education system is not meeting the needs of all the children in the Caribbean, in developing countries. We are not even getting them ready for the future. We are in digital age, but do our teachers know what that is? Are they preparing the children for this digital transformation that is taking place? That is why we are going to be left behind in the developing countries, because we have no clue of what the fast technological changes that are taking place, and we are not preparing our children for those technological changes. So I don't want to get started, but we are not ready at all, and for even 2025, or less 2030.
Maybe we need to be more mature as well globally, and start revising or look at revising those targets. But yep. Okay, well, if there are any more questions, if there are not any more questions, I've been given half an hour to make closing remarks. I'm certainly not going to be using half an hour to do that, but it has been an absolutely fascinating day. And I'd like to start by saying thank you to all the presenters and of course all the attendees. And I'm going to get around to the technical team all by themselves. But as I said, it's been fascinating. But what has struck me in particular is the interconnectedness of some of the areas, starting, of course, with Professor Marshall, looking at the whole thing of the role of the state. And there it's connected too with what Stephen presented in terms of looking at Dutch disease in Ghana, learning from the lessons of Trinidad and Tobago, issues of governance that Indira raised, the jurisprudence, how we create laws, a legal system that is specific and relative to the Caribbean. I hear the call of Sashridath in terms of not hanging on to the coattails of the colonial masters, but we do need to carve our own identity in this space going forward. And as we have also seen with the COVID pandemic, we need to be able to respond to crises. And I think two of the other areas of research, the issues of migration, how they impact on the issues of child protection, poverty, There's so much interconnectedness, and on issues and climate change, on agriculture, on migration patterns. It has been absolutely fascinating. And I'm big on the concept of communities of learning and communities of practice. And I think this is what today has demonstrated so clearly for me, that this is a community of scholars sharing research that is impactful, that is so relevant to our development, how we live our lives, how we create spaces for moving forward into the future. Godfrey's work on a wealth index, the much needed area of data that underpins so much of our research. And I too can go on and on. But I do appreciate SALISES putting on these, or making available to not just the internal community, but sharing with alumni and other research interested participants. I mean, Sherry, you get a medal, you get a gold star. In fact, I'll give you 2 or 3 for the sorts of questions and probing some of the research that's being done. But sharing this with the community, internal and external, and we need to make more of this available, widely available among ourselves, because I'm sure that if we were to talk to other researchers in other areas across the university community, there's similar work happening, that there can be not I don't like the word overlap, but I would say intersections of what we do. And so I thank everyone. I mean, it's been eye-opening for me, and it's work that is deeply appreciated. I also want to make a special shout out to the technical team. Richard is our guru. Corin for all the work, and Tony Ann and Cara, the entire team, Samara, everyone who is at the SALISES, at least for this, in this instance, Mona office, but I know there's background work by everyone. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the next one already. And I would like to encourage the quote unquote externals, not internal to SALISES, but alumni and others, to engage with the research clusters. They are on the website, and I'm not sure if there is a complete list, but you can certainly send an email and make those asks. And yep, I think that is about it for me. And I'd like to end on a note of tomorrow is the start of the Chinese Lunar Year of the Tiger, the Year of the Water Tiger, which I understand heralds growth, or recovery and growth. And I'd like to wish you all just that, recovery and growth. We need to move forward, but I think we've demonstrated we have the capacity to do the research to underpin that sort of movement, that forward trajectory. And I would like to invite Prof to give closing remarks.
Well, I won't keep you all. Have been amazing, especially our participants who stayed with us for the entire day. To have 46 persons at the end of a long day is truly impressive. I want to thank our chairpersons, Dr. Corin Bailey and Miss Alison Fong. Alison is a past student, distinguished from, that's why we are so proud of her, and she's the president of the SALISES Alumni Association. So you see the kind of persons that we produce. Those of you who are thinking of a postgraduate program, please join us. As Alison said, the clusters are there. Please join the clusters. We don't only have academicians in our cluster. We welcome all views. I want to thank the research fellows because it has been amazing. We have put on a regional forum, and this is what we are about, regionalism. And I want the students, I'm hoping the students can use these presentations as teaching tools. There's a lot of information, exam questions could come from them. So please, especially SALISES students, make sure you have a copy of all these presentations. To everyone else, just thank you very much for coming. Thanks to the technical team. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better team at SALISES. Anytime we put on something is always first class. So thanks a lot to all our SALISES staff. We have publications on sale. The social and economic studies, the journal is on sale, 30% off this week. So please, if you are interested and you're at Mona, you can get a hard copy. If not, you can get an online copy, but please join us. And everyone else, please look out for us. We have other forum coming up. We also plan to do policy briefs from this particular event today, because we have a SALISES policy briefs, and I'm speaking directly to the research fellows here. This is an opportunity for us to publish what we just presented. And everyone else, visit our websites, keep in touch with us, send us your email address so we will invite you. We have all these informative events all the time. So please, thank you very much for staying with us. And over to you, Ms. Fung.
Thank you, Prof. Well, you actually had the last word. I just wanted to say how lovely it is to see everybody, quote unquote, see. Prof. Ghani, I saw Prof. Ghani there. I know I saw a few alumni who I'd love to reconnect with, not just virtually, but it would be lovely to see people. But it was just lovely to see everyone. So take care and to meet some folks and put faces to names and voices to and faces to voices as well. So I'm
being told, Alison, to just publicize the 23rd annual SALISES conference. Oh, you did? Okay.
I sent it to
me. Okay, the 3rd and 5th of May. Thank you.
Great. So take care, everyone. And in light of the Chinese New Year, Gong Fa Choi.
Thank you. All the best, everyone. Thanks.